on that's
and all. It gives me immense pleasure as I stand here to have this honor to extend my heartiest welcome to this August gathering, to the inaugural function of the International Conference and the first Industry Academia Meet, Conference on Trends and Innovations in Science and Engineering, the TISCECON 2025 at the lush green campus of Integral University, Lucknow, India, to lead the teeming millions of the world through the wilderness of ignorance and illiteracy with the resounding divine proclamation, to harness technical education and technology in the service of mankind, as also to enable our students to think globally and act nationally, reflecting on the vision of our university under the able leadership of the visionary founder and chancellor, Professor S.W. Akhtar sir, with the mission of holistic development of our students, researchers, faculty members, Department of Bioengineering, holding hands with the Integral Startup Foundation and partnering with FSTI Lucknow chapter, Bundelkhand University, Indian National Young Academy of Sciences INYAS, Tashkent Institute of Chemical Technology Tashkent, Rajmangla University RMUTR, KMIT King Mongkut Institute of Technology, Thailand, organizes this August event, that is TISCECON 2025. My very special and heartiest welcome to the delegation from Tashkent, headed by Dr. Zebo and Professor Nortauzi. India and Uzbekistan have relations that go back deep into history, right from the Silk Route period to the establishment of the Mughal Empire in India. These two nations have many things in common historically. In recent years, there has been significant increase in the bilateral ties of both the countries, especially after the visits of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji to Uzbekistan. Proud and privileged to inform the August gathering out here about the visit of a very high-level delegation of Integral University led by its founder, Chancellor Professor S.W. Akhtar and Pro-Chancellor Dr. Syed Nadeem Akhtar in November 2018 to forge tie-ups and collaborate in the area of higher education. During our delegation's visit to the prestigious institutes at Tashkent, we gathered information that the ministry is geared up and enthusiastic about research and development. And we understood that the activities are focused on areas like pharmaceutically important molecules, agricultural, food microbiology, food biotechnology, fisheries, horticulture, dairy, insect protein, etc. Thus, in continuation to our constant pursuit of exploring new avenues of joint work, we geared up Integral University under the able guidance of Dr. Syed Nadeem Akhtar, who must be acknowledged for his continuous efforts towards giving Integral University an international acclaim. And together we have proud to announce that we have organized 10 plus joint events with Tashkent Institute of Chemical Technology and several joint publications. The Integral University's growth has been appreciable ever since its inception in the year 1998, and its history corroborates the affirmative transformation and development that the Institute has witnessed. However, one thing that hasn't changed about the Institute is its steady commitment to excellence and to serve to the cause of humanity. We, in pursuit of excellence, are gathered here today, not only united by a shared passion of knowledge, innovation, and advancement in science and engineering, but much more than that. That is, identifying the gaps of academia, and putting in our best and collaborative efforts to bridge them. The theme of the conference reflects a very straight and clear intention: innovation across discipline, innovation across borders, fostering global perspective to build a skilled workforce for sustainable tomorrow. Thus, with a multitude of panel discussions, technical sessions, we will explore cutting-edge technologies, groundbreaking research, and innovative solutions that are shaping the next generation of scientific and engineering endeavors. The conference will also showcase the important studies, applications, innovations, prototypes in the form of TISCECON Expo. We are extremely honored to have with us a diverse group of experts, each contributing unique insights and ideas. From academia, where theoretical rigor is tested and refined, to industry, where these ideas are turned into scalable solutions. Learning to excel and excelling to serve. This is the true mission of the legendary dais present before us here today, which encourages us to enhance team spirit, commitment, integrity to serve the cause of humanity. What more the organizing team of an international conference can desire? Blessed to have experts from top institutes, industries, government, personals, and policymakers. They are all here against all odds, enormous engagements, and even rescheduling of international travels. Thank you is not enough to extend our gratitude and to acknowledge the untiring efforts of the dignitaries on the dais for raising the bar a tad higher. Thank you so much. Thus, I encourage all the participants sitting out here to make the most of this opportunity, connect with one another, challenge each other's thinking, showcase your talent through interesting competitions like Green Voices, Eco Advocate, Planet Protectory competitions. These conversations shall start here today, but will pave the way for the innovation of tomorrow. The perception of this present conference is not just a congregation of legendary minds, an exchange of ideas and policies, but much beyond that. motivating our budding researchers towards sustainability and resilience. It's high time when we, the mankind, who has reached almost the zenith of development in terms of technology, innovation, technology transfer, now is the time we must reflect upon the sustainable development goals laid down by the United Nations. So I want to urge the August gathering here, especially the young budding researchers, innovators, entrepreneurs, to come out of the comfort zone, pull up your sleeves, develop a passion to take that extra step to safeguard our resources for our future generation. Let us embrace the future with the three C's: curiosity, creativity, and commitment. So, once again, on behalf of the entire Integral University fraternity, organizing team of TISCECON 2025, and on my own personal behalf, I wholeheartedly welcome each one of you to make this event a grand success and hold hand with us in our shared passion for inspiring excellence. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your warm and insightful welcome address. Your words have beautifully set the stage for an inspiring and engaging event ahead. Let us partake in the melody of the University Tarana, a melody that embodies our institution's rich legacy and unwavering commitment to excellence.
हम ताज है मुल्को मिल्लत के, हम फख्रे माला फख्रे अजम, अहले कलम शम्मे यकी हामी हक हम अब्र करम. हम ताज है मुल्को मिल्लत के, हम फख्रे माला फख्रे अजम. हम ताज है मुल्को मिल्लत के, हम फख्रे माला फख्रे अजम. अहले कलम शम्मे यकी हामी हक हम अब्र करम. अहले कलम शम्मे यकीन हामी हक हम अब्र करम. हम ताज है मुल्को मिल्लत के, हम फख्रे माला फख्रे अजम. हम ताज है मुल्को मिल्लत के, हम फख्रे माला फख्रे अजम. अहले कलम शम्मे यकीन हामी हक हम अब्र करम. अहले कलम शम्मे यकीन हामी हक हम अब्र करम. हम नज़्म सफर सीनों में लिए, हाथों पे लिए सहबाए हरम. शाही की तरह कौसारों पर रखते हैं हमेशा अपने कदम. आगोश हिमाला में हमसे खाइफ है अज़ल से अहल सितम. हम इल्म अमल की शम्मा है, हम इल्म अमल की शम्मा है, हम मखज़न हक हम अब्र करम. अहले कलम शम्मे यकीन हामी हक हम अब्र करम. अहले कलम शम्मे यकीन हामी हक हम अब्र करम. हम ताज है मुल्को मिल्लत के, हम फख्रे माला फख्रे अजम. हम ताज है मुल्को मिल्लत के, हम फख्रे माला फख्रे अजम. अहले कलम शम्मे यकीन हामी हक हम अब्र करम. अहले कलम शम्मे यकीन हामी हक हम अब्र करम. हम शम्मे अदब के परवाने, हम इल्म अमल के दीवाने. ये बज़्म है इल्म और इरफा की, इस बज़्म के हम हैं मस्ताने. हम शाम सहर पी लेते हैं सहबा यकीन के पैमाने. हमसे है सुरूरो मस्तियों में, हमसे है सुरूरो मस्तियों में, हम खुद है मुजस्सम में. اہل قلم شم یقین حامی حق ہم ابر کرم اہل قلم شم یقین حامی حق ہم ابر کرم ہم تاج ہے ملک و ملت کے ہم فخر مالا فخر ہم تاج ہے ملک و ملت کے ہم فخر مالا فخر اہل قلم شم یقین حامی حق ہم ابر کرم اہل قلم شم یقین حامی حق ہم ابر کرم یہ رحمت حق کا مرکز ہے یہ علم و ادب کا گہوارہ ہر پھول یہاں کا گلشن ہے ہر برخ یہاں کا طیارہ یہ مرکز ایک سمندر ہے ہر شعبہ ہنر کا ایک دھارا یہ مہر محبت کا مرکز یہ مہر محبت کا مرکز سائنس و ادب کا مینارہ اہل قلم شم یقین حامی حق ہم ابر کرم اہل قلم شم یقین حامی حق ہم ابر کرم ہم تاج ہے ملک و ملت کے ہم فخر مالا فخر ہم تاج ہے ملک و ملت کے ہم فخر مالا فخر اہل قلم شم یقین حامی حق ہم ابر کرم اہل قلم شم یقین حامی حق ہم ابر کرم اعجاز بلندی انٹیگرل ہر صبح رہے ہر شام رہے فرزند تیرا ہر شعبے میں کوئی نہ کبھی ناکام رہے تیرا فیض ہو سارے عالم پر ملت تیرا ہی نام دنیا میں رہے ہم یا نہ رہے دنیا میں رہے ہم یا نہ رہے تیرا نام رہے اہل قلم شم یقین حامی حق ہم
Proud to be Integralite. Proud to be Integralite. Proud to be Integralite. Proud to be Integralite.
ہم تاج ہے ملک و ملت کے ہم فخر مالا فخر ہم تاج ہے ملک و ملت کے ہم فخر مالا فخر اہل قلم شم یقین حامی حق ہم ابر کرم اہل قلم شم یقین حامی حق ہم ابر کرم اہل قلم شم یقین حامی حق ہم ابر کرم
Integral University, guided by its motto, Inspiring Excellence, has nurtured generation of scholars, researchers, and professionals, equipping them with the skills to contribute meaningfully to the society. It is essential to understand the remarkable journey and achievements of Integral University, a beacon of academic brilliance and innovation. To give us an overview of the university, may I now invite a distinguished academician, researcher, and leader in this field, Professor Mohammad Haris Siddiqui, Registrar, Integral University, and co-patron TISCECON 2025.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning to all of you. On behalf of Integral University and on my own personal behalf, first and foremost, once again, I welcome all of you to this inaugural session of the TISCECON 2025. Along with all the dignitaries on the dais, we are fortunate that the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Chandrasekhar Azad University of Agriculture and Technology, جس کو کہ پتھر کالج کے نام سے جانا جاتا ہے, also known as Patthar College, has joined us. He is also the former Deputy Director General Horticulture from the Indian Council of Agriculture Research. So along with all the dignitaries, I welcome you, sir, also in this inaugural function. I am entrusted with the responsibility of briefing you about the genesis of this beautiful institution from where I also post-graduated and did my PhD. So it's a tough task, and I have been given very limited time, but I'll try to make use of this opportunity to brief you about the genesis of this institution. This institution started in a small hut with 4 children, with the man sitting on the center of the stage, our honorable founder and chancellor, Professor Syed Wasim Akhtar, starting a small school in the name of Techno Academic Inter College, wherein he himself was the administrator, he himself was the teacher, and he was the only staff in that school. The foundation stone of the journey of Integral University was laid by a very world-renowned Islamic scholar, Hazrat Ali Mia Sahab, Hazrat Maulana Abul Hasan Ali Hasi Nadwi Sahab, on 3rd November 1993, which Integral University celebrates its foundation day every year. Professor Akhtar, with his sheer grit and determination, very honest and committed person, and a small team, went on after adding year after year, and within a span of 4 years, 4 or 5 years, the foundation of an Institute of Integral Technology with the abbreviations of IIT Lucknow came into existence. Institute of Integral Technology was lucky to host the then Prime Minister of India, Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee Sahab. So Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee visited this great institution in the year 1999, and seeing Professor Akhtar and his entire team working day and night, he categorically mentioned in his speech that he would like to see this institution with the abbreviations of IIT to reach to the level of IITs and IIMs in the country. Integral University was lucky to host the then governors. We have certain photographs also. Let me see. This is the photograph when Hazrat Maulana Abul Hasan Ali Hasni Nadwi Sahab was there, the foundation day. Then we had the governor Shri Motilal Vora ji, who visited in the year 1996 and gave the first hand of support to our honorable founder. We were privileged to welcome our honorable Prime Minister. Then we have the Chief Minister and the Governor, Kalyan Singh ji is also there. Atal Bihari Vajpayee Sahab categorically mentioned in his speech, which I told you, followed by the other luminaries, which I'll explain in the future course of my integral journey. So we had Suraj Bhan Sahab, Motilal Vora ji, Vishnu Kant Shastri ji visiting this great institution, and with the Faculty of Engineering being the core faculty of the Institute of Integral Technology, and academic excellence and excellent placement as the benchmark of this institution. It was not late that the then Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Shri Mulayam Singh Yadav, who visited this Institute of Integral Technology in 2004, gave the full-fledged university status to this institution. So in the year 2004, Institute of Integral Technology transformed itself from an engineering college to a full-fledged first enacted minority institution through an act of state legislature. After that, the university was quickly moving forward to register itself under the Section 2F of the UGC Act, and the Faculty of Architecture, Planning and Design and the Faculty of Pharmacy came into existence. The university always understood this fact that apart from academics, a great higher education institution has to come up at the level of research and extension as well. The university quickly applied for the Section 12B of the UGC grant, where in the year 2011, the university got registered under the Section 12B of the UGC Act, where the institution was eligible for grants from the Government of India for faculty members and students. At the same time, focusing on research and development, the university also got the recognition of a scientific and industrial research organization by the Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India, in the year 2012. One of the most flagship faculties of the university, the Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences, came into existence in the year 2013, followed by a 500-bedded integral hospital. At the same time, in the year 2014, the Faculty of Agriculture, Science and Technology, and in the year 2015, the Faculty of Law came into existence. The university was fortunate to welcome several chief ministers like Shri Akhilesh Yadav ji visited this university 2 times First, he inaugurated the computer lab when he was the member of parliament from Kannauj, and the second time he visited as chief minister in our convocation. The university was also fortunate to wholeheartedly welcome our honorable, the then Vice President of India, Dr. Hamid Ansari Saab, in the year 2015 to this campus, and the honorable founder gifted him with the key of Integral University to ensure that he also safeguards and takes forward the mission of Integral University to the downtrodden masses of the country. Our honorable Pro-Chancellor joined this institution in the year 2015, and with this, the internationalization of the campus started, and we got the first batch of 100 students from Sokoto state of Nigeria. He himself is an alumnus of IIT Kanpur with BTech, MTech and PhD in mechanical engineering. So majority of the automation part, communication systems, learning initiatives, Integral University student platforms, mobile apps, all those came when he joined this institution. Slowly, university was adding faculty on faculty, with the faculty of mass communication, faculty of humanities and social sciences. They all came into existence. And then the COVID wave came in. With this institution, foundation of an engineering college and technologically sound institution, the university quickly adapted from a teaching university, from a classroom university to an online university with all the online platforms in place. The Integral University Student Management System, the Integral Learning Initiative, and the Integral University's mobile app. Apart from catering to the needs of the students in terms of providing online education and keeping the curriculum and the academics going, the university's hospital was taken up by the government of Uttar Pradesh as a tertiary care hospital. We had around more than 3,000 COVID patients during the first wave and the second wave of COVID-19. And the entire institution, when the entire world was locked, our honorable founder and chancellor along with his whole team was busy in ensuring that the patients in the Integral Hospital suffering from COVID-19 get uninterrupted supply of oxygen. And because of this, the university also invested from his own pocket an oxygen storage tank of more than 50 lakh of rupees. Seeing the initiatives taken by the Integral Hospital, and seeing the recovery rate of more than 95% in the Integral Institute of Medical Sciences and Research, the Integral Hospital was awarded by the present governor of Uttar Pradesh, Srimati Anandi Ben Patel ji, for excellent service during the first and the second wave of COVID-19. With the intentions of the Honorable Chancellor clear in front of majority of the patients, and with the mouth-to-mouth publicity, Google was kind enough to gift us with an oxygen generation plant as well for seamless service of uninterrupted supply of oxygen during the first and second wave of COVID-19. The university was fortunate enough to have our beloved Member of Parliament from Lucknow, Shri Rajnath Singh ji, who visited for the first time before COVID-19 as the Home Minister of this country and the officiating Prime Minister. And then he came in the year 2021 when the university was preparing for the second cycle of NAC accreditation. I missed out a point that this was one of the very few private universities which went on for the first cycle of NAC accreditation in the year 2011-12, where we came out with rank of good. So now it was time for the second cycle of NAC accreditation when we hosted our beloved Defense Minister of this country, Shri Rajnath Singh ji. Even though he gave only 1 hour time, but we were fortunate, and the campus, with the kind of gravitational force it encompasses on the guest, the Honorable Defense Minister stayed here for 4 hours and saw the entire infrastructure, and he blessed us that he is seeing this university coming out with a grade of not less than A+. Even after he went away, about a period of 4 or 5 months, the NAC team visited this campus, and Integral University fortunately came out with a grade of A+, touching A++, that is a point scale of 3.4 out of 4. The university, this opened the gates of the university to expand its wings across the state of Uttar Pradesh, across the offshores of this country, in the form of opening of off-campuses and offshore campuses. The Directorate of Distance Education also got the permission to open online programs and take the mission of our honorable founder to all the nooks and corners of this world. At the same time, it was time to expand, because from a small strength of 2,000-3,000 students in a form of an engineering college, this institution had close to 16,000 students, and the 130-acre campus was falling short to accommodate students in the hostels and in the campus. This Kursi Road, I must tell you that if there is a holiday in Integral, you can easily commute on this road. This is the volume of students we are catering to. So our visionary founder, he quickly realized that now it's time to expand, and therefore the university took up another 90-acre campus on this Kursi Road in the form of Integral University Phase 3. So Integral University Phase 3 is being led by the Executive Director, Mr. Adnan Akhtar, who also took this initiative to start an integral business school as well. We are very hopeful that Phase 3 will also come out with flying colors and will take the flame of Integral University to other corners of the world. At the same time, understanding the importance of entrepreneurship and innovation, the Integral Startup Foundation, under the leadership of Dr. Nida Fatma, also took the initiative of taking forward the entrepreneurship training initiatives, where she got boot camps, where she got programs from the Ministry of Education. Several teachers training programs were held. At the same time, our innovation center, incubation center, is being recognized by the government of Uttar Pradesh with CAPEX and OPEX grants as well. Integral University also of late have applied for the final approval to start a separate university or a separate off-campus in Shahjahanpur, which of late is catering to the diploma programs as well. That is also a very big campus in Shahjahanpur, and we have also taken various other lands which are very essential for the agriculture farms and the expansion of the Phase 2 as well. So at the moment, the medical college is also offering both the MBBS and MD programs under the able leadership of Mr. Syed Fawzan Akhtar. So Integral University has now become a diverse cosmopolitan university which is catering to the needs and the requirements of all the sections of the society. So let me show you the photographs of some of the dignitaries who visited this institution before I close. So from here, this is our honorable founder was awarded by an award in Delhi by Mr. Salman Khurshid Saab and K. Rahman Saab, who are both cabinet ministers in the Union of India. Then Shri B.L. Joshi Saab, he as governor visited this institution 2 times. We had the Imam-e-Haram, who inaugurated our medical college in the year 2012. Our honorable founder gifted the key of Integral University to the vice president of this country. Mulayam Singh Yadav ji visited in the convocation as chief guest. Then we had the ambassador from Saudi Arabia. We had Aziz Qureshi Saab, the former governor of Uttarakhand and UP. The governor of state of Uttar Pradesh, Shri Ram Naik ji. We had number of international conferences like an international congress on post-harvest technologies for sustainable agriculture and nutritional security. We had around 40 vice chancellors in this conference inaugurated by the governor of UP. The chairman of Board of Revenue and the Agriculture Production Commissioner, Shri Praveer Kumar ji. Number of state tournaments being organized in this university. Table tennis tournament is one such tournament. Our honorable mayor and the present MP of Raj Sabha and the deputy chief minister Dinesh Sharma Saab. One of our alumni is Kritika Jaiswal, who is now an IS. The foundation stone of the Institute of Agriculture, Science and Technology by the then Director General of Indian Council of Agriculture Research, Dr. Tilochan Mahapatra ji. The State Cabinet Minister for Agriculture, Shri Surya Pratap Shahi ji, inaugurated the shop where the agriculture produce is being sold. Tilochan Mahapatra ji bestowing the honoris causa degree to Kumar Keshav ji, who established the Lucknow Metro. Then the Ghairul Hasan Rizvi Saab, the chairman of the Minority Commission and the former Director General of ICR, Dr. S. Ayappan. Former Speaker of UP Legislative Assembly, Dr. Hirday Narayan Dikshit ji. The convocation which was held online, and the chief guest was Dr. Ashutosh Sharma, the Secretary of DST. Then we had Mr. Ahmed Sule, the ambassador of Nigeria, along with Padam Bhushan, Dr. R.S. Paroda Saab, a big name in the agriculture faculty. We had the Deputy Director General of Agriculture Education inaugurating the expo. We had our beloved Rajnath Singh ji, who came for the convocation. This is the biopic of Honorable Founder and Chancellor, Karwane Integral Marches, which was released by the Honorable Defense Minister, our Honorable Deputy Chief Minister Brijesh Pathak ji, who is also an alumnus in the form that he has recently been conferred with the Honoris Causa from Integral University, our present Speaker of the UP Legislative Assembly, Dr. Satish Mahana ji, and the Parliamentary Affairs Minister Suresh Khanna ji, along with the Chairman of NABH, Padam Shri Dr. Mahesh Verma ji. We had the Chief Secretary who had visited this in the Farmers' Day celebration very recently in the 24th December. We had the Deputy Director General of Agriculture Extension, Dr. U.S. Gautam ji, Shri Dharampal ji, the Honorable Cabinet Minister for Animal Husbandry and Dairy Development, Government of UP. And of late, Integral University keeps on updating the progress of the institution in terms of coming forward to the government, always being there with the government in the form of supporting the government initiatives like the Khelo India University Games, the National School Games, whether it is the stay of the government officials for the government functions. So our Honorable Founder with the delegation met the Honorable Chief Minister and briefed him about the progress of this institution, and he was very happy to see Integral University contributing to the growth of Uttar Pradesh. So before I conclude, at the moment, Integral University has around 16,000 students, with students from more than 40 countries, and the university is marching ahead under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Chancellor and the with his team, Honorable Pro Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, Executive Directors, and taking the mission of this institution to all the sections of the society. And this international conference is also one such contribution in that mission. You would be fortunate to see the entire biopic in the cultural evening. But before I close, I will give you a trailer of that biopic of Honorable Chancellor, which was inaugurated, which was unveiled by the Honorable Defense Minister of this country. Before I close, thank you so much for your patience hearing.
मैं अकेला ही चला था जानिबे मंजिल, कारवां बनता गया।
इंसान की जिंदगी भी एक बुलबुले के मानिंद है। जब मैं अपने माजी पे नज़र डालना चाहता हूँ और मैं अपने माजी से खुद मिलना चाहता हूँ, तो किसी के ये शेर याद आता है कि सुकून दिल के लिए कुछ तो एहतमाम करूँ, नज़र उनसे मिले तो फिर सलाम करूँ, मुझे तो होश नहीं, आप ही बता दीजिए, कहाँ से छेड़ूं फसाना, कहाँ तमाम करूं।
दुनिया में रहे हम या न रहे, दुनिया में रहे हम या न रहे, इंटीग्रल तेरा नाम रहे। अहले कलम शम यकीन हामी हक हम अबर करम, अहले कलम शम यकीन हामी हक हम अबर करम। हम ताज है मुल्को मिल्लत के, हम फखरे माला फखरे, हम ताज है मुल्को मिल्लत के, हम फखरे माला फखरे जम। अहले कलम शम यकीन हामी हक हम अबर करम, अहले कलम शम यकीन हामी हक हम अबर करम, अहले कलम शम यकीन हामी हक हम अबर करम।
Innovation and entrepreneurship are the driving forces behind a progressive society. An Integral Startups Foundation stands as a catalyst in shaping the future of aspiring entrepreneurs. Dr. Nida Fatima, Executive Director of the Directorate of Entrepreneurship Development Innovation, Integral Startups Foundation, Integral University, with a PhD in Bioengineering, her thesis dedicated to cyanobacterial phytochemicals as UV protectants highlight research on natural bioactive compounds with significant therapeutic potential. Ma'am's work the journey reflects a series of contributions across renowned institutions like CSIR, National Botanical Research Institute, Plant Gene Expression Lab, Center for Transgenic Plant Development, Jamia Hamdard, Department of Endocrinology, Sanjay Gandhi Postgraduate Institute of Medical Sciences. A dynamic leader and a passionate advocate for entrepreneurship and innovation, Dr. Nida Fatima has been instrumental in bridging the gap between academia and industry. May I now call upon ma'am for the address.
Thank you so much, Dr. Harima, for the very generous introduction. Greetings and a very pleasant morning. Integral Startups Foundation is the dynamic incubator of Integral University. It is recognized as an incubation center by Startan UP, Department of IT and Electronics, Government of Uttar Pradesh. The incubation center is at the forefront of fostering entrepreneurship and innovation. We proudly refer to it as ISF. ISF is a non-profit Section 8 company established by Integral University dedicated to nurturing the startup ecosystem. Committed to catalyzing positive change, the foundation provides vital support and resources to budding entrepreneurs, startups, and innovators. With a focus on fostering creativity, collaboration, and sustainable growth, Integral Startups Foundation empowers individuals to transform their ideas into impactful ventures. Through mentorship, networking opportunities, strategic partnerships, access to various funding resources, state-of-the-art facilities, research support, and diverse thrust domains, the foundation aims to cultivate a vibrant community of change makers, driving innovation and economic development with a focus on women inclusivity. ISF is dedicated to advancing disruptive technologies in the fields of Industry 4.0, life sciences, robotics, agri-tech, medtech, fintech, smart and clean mobility. ISF currently supports 28 startups across sectors like agri-tech, edtech, textile, supply chain and logistics, software solutions, and beyond. We are also proud to highlight that many of our incubated startups are setting new benchmarks in sustainability and eco-friendly innovations. These startups are not only securing substantial funding and generating revenues, but are also earning prestigious accolades for their innovative contributions to their industries. Additionally, ISF has successfully pre-incubated 29 startups with an incredible 18 of them being launched by students from grade 2 to grade 9. The success of ISF is exemplified by the remarkable achievements of its incubated startups. Among them, Kosh, one of our flagship ventures, was honored with the prestigious Green Product Award 2023 by Future Fabrics in London. Kosh continues to make a global impact, exporting its khadi to European countries, Japan, Australia, and the Netherlands. Kosh was recognized among the top 75 women-led startups and honored by the Honorable President of India. Our another startup, Nutty Village, was shortlisted for Tectonic Innovations in Agritech by Social Alpha, supported by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. It secured a grant of 30 lakh rupees under the Dr. Ambedkar Social Innovation Incubation Mission from the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India. Founder of Humani Eco Innovations was recognized among the top 75 women entrepreneurs at the G20 Summit, also acknowledged by the Honorable President of India, Srimati Murmu, and selected as the finalist for Shark Tank Season 2. Farmagza Agri Services received a grant of 18 lakhs under the Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana Raftar scheme, a flagship initiative of the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India, aimed at driving innovation in the agricultural sector. The center has co-organized flagship programs in association with All India Council for Technical Education and the Ministry of Education's Innovation Cell, Government of India. such as the Innovation Design and Entrepreneurship Bootcamp for students, where we had 350 plus students participating in joining us from across the country for the intensive 5-day training program. We also had the privilege to organize the Innovation Design and Entrepreneurship Bootcamp for teachers of PM Shri schools, where 130 school principals and 70 teachers had joined us and they were trained. And followed by this, we also organized in the month of December the Smart India Hackathon, which is the world's largest open innovation model. And in this flagship program of the Ministry of Education, our participants who joined us from across the country had the privilege to interact with the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, in presence of our Honorable Education Minister, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan ji. Notably, ISF achieved a unique distinction as the only private incubator selected to participate in the Uttar Pradesh government's prestigious training program conducted in association with T-UP at Hyderabad, further solidifying its reputation as a leading incubation center. We are proud to share that our incubation center has received a grant of more than 50 lakhs from the government of Uttar Pradesh and has also approved a further grant of 60 lakhs. We are highly grateful for the unwavering support and visionary leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister in strengthening the startup ecosystem. Integral University and Integral Startups Foundation also had the privilege of participating in the India-UK Education Conference, co-organized by the Association of Indian Universities in London this month. Furthermore, we are in the process of entering into a partnership with one of the UK's leading incubators to nurture entrepreneurship beyond borders, enabling our entrepreneurs to expand their ventures internationally. ISF continues to serve as a pioneering platform for nurturing startups, fostering innovation, and empowering the next generation of leaders. With unwavering commitment, we remain dedicated to creating a thriving entrepreneurial ecosystem that contributes to economic development and societal progress. We are profoundly grateful to our Honorable Chancellor and our Honorable Pro-Chancellor for their unwavering support and visionary guidance, which have been instrumental in elevating this incubation center to new heights. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your insightful words on the impactful initiatives taken up by the Integral Startups Foundation. We have been joined by Professor Sunil K. Khare, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose Institute of Higher Learning, Central Deemed University, Andaman and Nicobar, and Director, IISER, Kolkata. Welcome, sir. We also have Professor Javed Masarrat, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Integral University, who has joined us online due to his commitments. Ladies and gentlemen, with profound respect and gratitude, I now have the honor of inviting our founder and Honorable Chancellor, Professor Syed Wasim Akhtar, to grace us with his valuable words and officially declare TISCECON 2025 open. His visionary leadership has been the guiding force behind Integral University's excellence, and we eagerly look forward to Sir's blessings.
Hello, good morning, very, very good morning to all of you. First of all, I want to recite an Urdu couplet that will indicate that in which language I wish to speak to you. That is, मोहब्बत का कानों में रंग घोलते हैं, मोहब्बत का कानों में रस घोलते हैं, ये उर्दू ज़बान है जो हम बोलते हैं. आज के इस में जिसका नाम आपने TISCECON रखा है, बहुत सोच समझ के आपने नाम रखा है. मेरा ख्याल में इसका फुल फॉर्म है Trend and Innovation in Science and Technology. साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी कितनी तेज़ी से आगे बढ़ रही है, उसका इस वक्त तस्वुर करना भी ज़रा सा मुश्किल है. और आप यकीन माने इससे न जाने कितना ہمارے کچھ شاعروں نے کہا تھا کہ اگر انسان اسی طرح سے ترقی کرتا رہا تو وہ وقت دور نہیں ہے جب آسمانوں پر فرشتے بھی پریشان ہو جائیں گے اور اوپر والے سے، ایشور سے اور اللہ میاں سے کہیں گے کہ عروج آدم خاکی سے انجم سہ میں جاتے ہیں کہ یہ ٹوٹا ہوا تارا مہک کامل نہ بن جائے. تو اس لیے کہ ہم نے آج بھی جو ناہید سے کی ہے سرگوشی، پروین سے رشتے جوڑیں، یہ ناہید پر آپ یہاں نہ سمجھیے گا، یہ ستاروں کے نام ہیں. تو وہاں تک ہم پہنچ رہے ہیں. اور جو لیٹسٹ اس وقت اے آئی ہے، یقیناً بہت کام کی چیز ہے، لیکن میں جب اے آئی کا نام سنتا ہوں تو بہت پریشان ہو جاتا ہوں، کیونکہ جو بھی کام کہیے، کیا ہے وہ جی بی چیٹ، آپ جس وقت کہیے وہ تقریر لکھ کے دے دے گا. تو آنے والے زمانے میں کہیں ایسا نہ ہو کہ اس سے کہا جائے کہ بھئی امتحان دینے جا رہے ہیں یا ہم گھر بیٹھے ہیں، تم نتیجہ نکال دو. ایک اسی کا کسی شاعر نے کہا تھا کہ یہ جادو نہیں ہے تو ہے اور کیا، یہ جادو نہیں ہے تو ہے اور کیا، کہ ہر کام ہوتا ہے اچھا سے پہلے، اور سچی حکم دیں تو یہ بھی ہے ممکن نتیجہ بھی نکلے پریچھا سے پہلے. تو یہ اے آئی کیا کیا گل کھلائے گا، میں اس کا ابھی تصور نہیں کر سکتا. لیکن بہرحال سائنس اور انجینئرنگ نے جتنی ترقی کی ہے اور جتنی ہماری زندگی کو آسان بنایا ہے، ہم یقیناً سائنٹسٹ اینڈ ٹیکنالوجسٹ کو اپریشیٹ کرتے ہیں اور یہ دعا کرتے ہیں کہ یہ ملک جو ہے یہ سائنس اینڈ ٹیکنالوجی اور مورل میں سب سے آگے ہو. اور ہمارے جو ذمہ دار لوگ ہیں وہ اپنی ذمہ داریوں پوری طور سے اس کو پورا کریں. میں قصہ بھی سناتا ہوں کہ پرانے زمانے کے جو لوگ تھے وہ کس طرح سے اپنی ذمہ داریاں نبھاتے تھے. کہتے ہیں کہ غالباً حضرت عمر ایک خلیفہ ہوئے ہیں، ان کا ایک قصہ ہے کہ پوری آدھی دنیا ان کے کنٹرول میں تھی، لیکن وہ رات میں اٹھ کے اور گشت کیا کرتے تھے. یعنی دیکھتے تھے کہ ہمارے اس کنٹری میں کیا حالات ہیں، کیسے ہیں لوگ، کیا کھا رہے ہیں، کیا پی رہے ہیں، کیسے رہ رہے ہیں. ایک جگہ پہنچے، وہاں دیکھا کہ ایک جنگل میں ذرا سی آگ جل رہی ہے. قریب گئے تو دیکھا کہ وہ وہاں پر ایک لیڈی بیٹھی ہوئی ہے اور چولہا جل رہا ہے، اور چولہے کے اوپر پتیلی ایک رکھی ہوئی ہے جس میں کچھ پک رہا ہے، اور چھوٹے چھوٹے بچے لائن سے انتظار کر رہے ہیں کہ وہ کھانا پکے اور ہم کو ملے. خیر انہوں نے دیکھا اور کو اطمینان ہو گیا اور وہ آگے چلے گئے. آگے بڑھ کے بھی انہوں نے کچھ اسی طرح کے منظر دیکھے. گھر سے یہ آواز آ رہی تھی کہ بیٹی اٹھو، دودھ میں پانی ملا دو. تو بیٹی نے کہ نہیں، حضرت عمر نے منع کیا ہے کہ دودھ پانی نہیں ملایا جائے گا، میں پانی نہیں ملاؤں گی. یہ سب سن کے اس کا واپس آئے وہ، اور واپس آنے کے بعد انہوں نے پھر اس جگہ کو دیکھا جہاں پر وہ عورت بیٹھی ہوئی تھی اور بچے انتظار کر رہے تھے کھانے کا. تو معلوم ہوا، انہوں نے دیکھا کہ آگ تو بجھ گئی ہے اور بچے سب سو گئے ہیں. ان کو کچھ شک ہوا. انہوں نے کہا کہ اے بیوی، بچوں نے کھانا کھا لیا؟ اس عورت نے کہا کہ کیا کھلاتی؟ تو ان کا یہ جو تم پکا رہی ہو. तो तो कहा इसमें जो पका रही है कि तुम खुद देख लो कि इसमें क्या है। जब वो उसका ढक्कन खोला गया तो देखा गया कि उसमें पत्थर के टुकड़े थे और पानी था, वो उबल रहा था। ये मंजर देख के और उस औरत ने कहा कि हमारा जो खलीफा है, हमारा जो सुल्तान है, उसको हम पर ही नहीं कि हम किस हालात से गुजर रहे हैं। इस बात का इतना असर हुआ कि वो उसी वक्त गए और बैतुल माल वहाँ से उन्होंने खुलवाया और खुलवा के अपनी पीठ पर वो राशन और गल्ला और दूसरी चीज़ें लाद के और ला के उस औरत को दिया कि लो बीबी ये पकाओ। उस औरत ने कहा कि काश कि तुम्हारी तरह हमारा खलीफा होता जिसने इतना ख्याल किया है। हज़रत उमर ने कहा बीबी माफ़ कर देना, मुझसे खता हुई है कि मैं तुम्हारे हाल नहीं जान सका, मैं ही इसका खलीफा हूँ। तो उसने बहुत दुआएं दी हैं वो। तो कहने का मतलब यह है कि किस तरह से फिजिकली अपने अवाम का ख्याल रखना और मैं समझता हूँ कि आज की ये साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी और ये आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस किस कदर मदद देगी और इसको कितने कंस्ट्रक्टिव अंदाज में किया जाएगा, ये बहुत ही वक्त का और सोचने का मसला है। बहरहाल मैं आप सब लोगों को बहुत मुबारकबाद देता हूँ TISCON और इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के ओपन करने का ऐलान करता हूँ।
Thank you, sir, for your visionary. Thank you, sir, for your visionary leadership and blessings. A conference like this deserves to be cherished for years to come. We now proudly unveil the Conference of INAR, capturing the essence of TISCON 2025 and the remarkable minds that have contributed to its success. We proudly announce the acceptance of more than 250 abstracts from across the globe. The Conference of INAR, please. More than 250 abstracts have been accepted from across the globe. Thank you so much, sir. We now take the opportunity to honor and felicitate our esteemed guests as a token of deep appreciation for their invaluable contributions, unwavering support, and inspiring presence in TISCON 2025. I request Dr. Nida Fatima, co-patron TISCON 2025, and Professor Alvina Faruqi, organizing chair, to felicitate our guests. The volunteers are requested to please Dr. Nida ma'am and Professor Alvina Faruqi are requested to kindly felicitate our chief guest, Padam Shri Professor G.D. Yadav, Professor of Eminence and former Vice Chancellor, Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai. Ma'am are requested to felicitate Professor Syed Wasim Akhtar, Honorable Chancellor and Founder, Integral University, Lucknow. Professor Anand Kumar Singh, Honorable Vice Chancellor Chandrasekhar Azad, University of Agriculture and Technology, Kanpur, former DDG Horticulture, ICAR, New Delhi. Professor Sunil K. Khare, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose Institute of Higher Learning, Central Deemed University, Andaman and Nicobar, and Director, IISER, Kolkata. These exquisite shawls used for the felicitation of our revered guests are a creation of Kosh, an incubity of the Integral Startups Foundation, crafted from organic khadi, a hand-spun and hand-woven breathable and biodegradable fabric, designed to adapt to the changing weather condition while offering UV protection. Then to Lieutenant General Zamiruddin Shah, former Vice Chancellor of Aligarh Muslim University. Kosh is an ISF incubity, stands as the only brand worldwide pioneering this exceptional innovation. This is breathable and biodegradable fabric. Dr. Syed Nadeem Akhtar, Honorable Pro-Chancellor, Integral University. Professor Furqan Kamar, Chief Advisor to the Honorable Chancellor. Dr. Zebo Babakhanova, Tashkent Institute of Chemical Technology, Tashkent. CA Rishabh Kumar Savansukha, CEO, Fruz India Private Limited. Dr. Amjad Hussain, Professor, Cancer Research Institute, Dehradun, co-founder, Sanfinis Therapeutics. Co-founder, Madam Chancellor, Azra Wasim ma'am. A big round of applause, please. Professor Muhammad Haris Siddiqui, Registrar, Integral University. Thank you so much, all the dignitaries on the dais. Thank you so much, ma'am, for gracing us today. May I now request Professor Syed Wasim Akhtar, Honorable Founder and Chancellor, Dr. Syed Nadeem Akhtar, Honorable Pro-Chancellor, and Professor Haris Siddiqui, Registrar, Integral University, to present the university memento to our chief guest, Padam Shri Professor G.D. Yadav, Professor of Eminence and former Vice Chancellor, Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai. Professor Anand Kumar Singh, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Chandrasekhar Azad, University of Agriculture and Technology, Kanpur, former DDG Horticulture, ICAR, New Delhi. Professor Anand Kumar Singh. Professor Sunil K. Khare, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose Institute of Higher Learning, Central Deemed University, Andaman and Nicobar, and Director, IISER, Kolkata. Lieutenant General Zamiruddin Shah, former Vice Chancellor of Aligarh Muslim University. Dr. Zebo Babakhanova, Tashkent Institute of Chemical Technology, Tashkent. Dr. Zebo Babakhanova. CA Rishabh Kumar Savansukha, CEO, Fraz India Private Limited. Dr. Amjad Hussain, Professor, Cancer Research Institute, Dehradun, co-founder, Canfinesis Therapeutics. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you to all. May I now request the volunteers to please bring the conference memento and present it to Dr. Adnan.
To Professor Syed Wasim Akhtar, founder of Integral University, with our gratitude from Uzbekistan, from our
Dr. Zebo Babakhanova from Tashkent Institute of Chemical Technology and Professor Norteji, Institute of Microbiology of the Academy of Sciences of the Republic of Uzbekistan, are felicitating Honorable Chancellor Professor S.W. Akhtar from their side.
One moment.
I request Dr. Nida and Professor Alvina to felicitate.
It is Uzbek tradition, so our founder also become our Uzbek.
Anand sir, please join us in doing the honors. I request the Executive Director, Dr. Adnan, to please join us in doing the honors.
Like Sultan.
May I now request Dr. Nida Fatima ma'am and Professor Alvina to kindly felicitate Dr. Adnan, Executive Director, Directorate of International Business School.
And one more guest and co-organizers from Uzbekistan, Institute of Microbiology of Academy of Sciences of Uzbekistan, Dr. Nigora. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. May I now request Professor Alvina Farooqi, Organizing Chair of TISCECON 2025, to introduce the distinguished dignitaries and provide an overview of the highly anticipated open discussion on building a skilled workforce for Viksit Bharat 2047, Education and Training for a Sustainable Tomorrow.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as we gather here today for the inaugural session of TISCON, we embark on a unique and important conversation. In line with the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, a prosperous, self-reliant India, we are here to engage in an open, interactive discussion on building a skilled workforce for a sustainable tomorrow. This is not a conventional session with long speeches, but rather a platform for exchanging ideas, insights, and strategies. At this critical juncture in our nation's journey, the need for a workforce that is not only skilled but also adaptable to future challenges has never been more urgent. We must foster a generation equipped with the tools, mindset, capabilities to drive innovation and sustainability. Instead of the usual formalities, we have decided to maximize our time by diving straight into the heart of the matter. How can we contribute to building a workforce that will power India's growth, resilience, sustainability in the coming decades? Let's work together to chart a path forward, one that prioritizes not only the technical skills of tomorrow, but also the critical human elements like creativity, collaboration, adaptability. So let us start the discussion and lay the foundation for a sustainable tomorrow. Thank you, and let's begin. Let me take the honor of introducing our esteemed moderator for the panel discussion, Dr. Amjad Hussain, who is Professor of Translational Oncology at Cancer Research Institute, SRHU, Dehradun, and also the Director of Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship. He is the co-founder of Canifin Therapeutics, ULO Labs. He received the master's degree in biotechnology from IIT Roorkee, PhD from ICGEB Delhi, followed by postdoctorate at Harvard Medical School and executive MBA at Harvard Business School. At Harvard, he also co-founded LifeCell Technology with his mentor that was acquired by Boston-based pharmaceutical. He has worked in leadership positions in biotech industry, including a senior vice president R&D at Avestagon, GM R&D senior director at Biocon, group leader senior scientist at Precision Oncology, and many more. He has contributed more than 10 plus biotech and therapeutic products in the market, or they are in various stages of clinical trials. He was also the first Chief Executive Officer of IICE, IISER Bhopal, and founder head of Center for Science and Society, IISER Bhopal. He has published 40 plus papers in international peer-reviewed journals. He is the advisor to more than 10 biotech pharma and also the part of the board of directors in 3 biotech companies. So we have a proud privilege to host you, sir. Now I hand over the session for a very fruitful outcome. Dr. Amjad.
Thank you, Professor Alvina. Am I audible? Can you hear me? At the back? Okay, all right. So, good morning, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to welcome you to this wonderful panel. Dignitaries, they don't need any introduction, but I'll still do the formality a little later. So, this esteemed panel discussion, we are doing it on the theme building a skilled workforce for Viksit Bharat 2047 to celebrate 100 years of independence of this nation. Education and training for sustainable tomorrow. We are here to explore one of the most critical challenge of today's time, that how to train our students, especially undergrad and master students when they come to university after finishing their school. So how do we make them industry ready as well as more towards innovation and entrepreneurship, so they have enough skills to start their own venture and also bridge the gap between science and society. So we do have 3 sub-themes of today's session. That's a bridging the gap between science, engineering, and society is the theme 1. And then cross-disciplinary innovation in energy, healthcare, and environment. And also the global collaboration in the face of industry-specific challenge. So how, with doing all these 3, we can basically create students and youth who is not only the employment ready, but also take challenges to solve world's pressing problems by starting their own venture and innovation. So we are very privileged today to have a distinguished group of panelists who bring rich and varied perspective to this discussion today. They represent a broad spectrum of thought leadership, years of experience ranging from visionary founder, Honorable Chancellor Sir, and also the Vice Chancellors and Directors from different national institutes. We also have the Pro-Chancellor Sir here, who is also coming with a lot of experience from various organizations as well as graduating from IIT. So to move forward, I would like to briefly introduce our panelists, and I will be very, very brief, sir. I know that you all of you are very tall order, and it required a lot of time to basically go through your life journey, and I will strongly advise you that please go through the website and online and see their bios, what kind of work they have done so far. So I would like to start with our Honorable Chancellor Sir, Professor Syed Wasim Akhtar Sahab. He is one of the intellectual who started this organization, and he was born in 1955 and started this organization with a very humble background, a recipient of UP Ratna Award at the hand of Honorable Governor of Uttar Pradesh. He started this career from a small maktab in Lucknow. He is a science graduate from Jamia Millia Islamia, also have undergrad and master's degree in Arabic from Lucknow University. And he started as a science teacher, and later it became an institution, and also then it became a university, and now you know that how the university is growing. So I welcome you, sir, on this panel, and I hope we will learn more from your experience. आप एक inspiration है हम सभी के लिए, तो we will hear more from you. We also have our Pro-Chancellor, who is a Fulbright Nehru Fellow, a graduate from IIT Kanpur, also did his Masters in Mechanical Engineering and undergrad both from IIT Kanpur, followed by a PhD from IIT Kanpur itself and an executive management program from IIM Bangalore. He won numerous medals for best academic performances and worked in Hindustan Unilever, started as a trainee and then moved to leadership positions. Welcome you, sir. We also have Padma Shri Professor G.D. Yadav, sir, who is a former Vice Chancellor of ICT Mumbai, an innovator. When I was going through his bio, I was amazed to see he has 136 patents credited. So a big round of applause to him. We did not even touch the 2 digits so far, so we are very new and we learn from you a lot. So he currently holds a prestigious National Science Chair awarded by the Government of India and serves as the Emeritus Professor of Eminence at ICT Mumbai, where he previously served as a Vice Chancellor as well. He has more than 150 national and international awards and also the civilian honor Padma Shri, which was conferred on him on 2016. He is one of the rare distinction of being elected to both US National Academy of Engineering and National Academy of Inventors. His pioneering research is net zero emission, green hydrogen, CO2 refineries and waste valorization, and has led to multiple international industrial innovations. He has guided more than 115 PhD students, published 570 plus research papers, and hold 136 patents, as I just mentioned. Also, his contribution to science and policy are reflected in his involvement with AICTE, DST, and also numerous awards. He is one of the Asia's top 100 scientists, was declared by Asian Scientists magazine, and also he is on the board of leading companies like Godrej, Clean Science Technology, and contributing to his expertise. I welcome you, sir. I also like to introduce our Honorable Zamiruddin Shah Sahab, who was the Lieutenant General and also celebrated as one of the Indian Army veteran, a visionary academic leader and respected administrator. He was also former Vice Chancellor of Aligarh Muslim University, and I'm sure many of you know that he is also brother of Nasiruddin Shah. He was born in Bahraich and dedicated 40 years to the Indian Army, rising to the ranks of Lieutenant General in the Regiment of Artillery. Also, he got a lot of national honors, which are very tall order, including the Param Vishisht Sena Medal and Vishisht Seva Medal for his exemplary services and leadership. We are very proud to have you, sir, today on the panel. He was also appointed as the Vice Chief of Army Staff, where he played a critical role in shaping military policies, personnel management, strategic modernization, and then post-retirement, he joined as 38th Vice Chancellor of Aligarh Muslim University from 2012 to 2017, where he served the university. So he's also here, and he will inspire us about this discussion, and through this discussion, and we look forward to your discussion, sir. We also have Professor Sunil K. Khare, who is a director of ISER Kolkata and also the Vice Chancellor of NSC BIHL Central Deemed University, Andaman and Nicobar. He received his doctoral degree in biochemistry and a postdoc at the National Food Research Institute, Tsukuba, Japan. He has more than 30 years of teaching and research experience with 220 plus research publication with a very excellent H index of 53. And he has already 5 products, process patents, 23 book chapters and multiple books, and deposited many microbial strain to MTCC and submitted 50 sequences to National Gene Bank. This is truly remarkable. He has guided many PhD and master students, and he has been one of the top 2% of the world scientists. He has received multiple awards including some of those are IIT Delhi Basic Science Research Award, United Nations MWay Award, Malviya Memorial Faculty Award, and also he is an elected fellow of prestigious societies like Royal Society of Chemistry, NAS Fellow, IBP Fellow, France, UNU Kirin Fellow, Japan, Fellow of BRCI India, Fellow of Microbial Society of India, and also the current president-elect of the Association of Microbiologists. I welcome you, sir. We also have very distinguished Professor.
Sir, our Vice Chancellor Professor Javed Musarraf is also online.
Okay. Thank you very much. So we have very distinguished Professor Furqan Qamar. He's a professor. He was a professor of management at Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi, who has served as Secretary General of the Association of Indian Universities, and he was a Vice Chancellor of the University of Rajasthan and the Central University of Himachal Pradesh. He also held the position of advisor in the Planning Commission, Government of India, which is now the Niti Aayog, and with a deep research interest in public policy, planning, administration, and financing of higher education, he has authored 2 books, 4 edited volumes, and 6 monographs. He has published numerous articles in reputed journals, and he regularly publishes opinion pieces in national newspapers, and his views and ideas are frequently quoted in both national and international publications. He has chaired and been member of many committees and working groups at the national and international level, and I believe he recently joined Integral University. So welcome you, sir. We also have Dr. Anand Kumar Singh, who is the current Vice Chancellor of CS Azad University of Agriculture and Technology, Kanpur. He was born in Varanasi, graduated from BHU, and obtained his master's and PhD degrees from IARI, New Delhi. Then he did his postdoc at Sega National University, Japan during 27-28, and also University of, earlier at 89-91, and then 2007-2008 at University of California, US. He worked as a senior scientist at Indian Institute of Vegetable Research, Varanasi, and head division of horticultural technology. He worked as head division of fruit and horticulture technology, IRA Delhi, and then also the deputy director general of horticulture science and crop science in ICAR New Delhi. He also served as managing director, National Horticulture Board, Government of India, as chairman of Coconut Development Board, Kochi, Government of India, and executive director, National Oilseed and Vegetable Oils Development Mission, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. Dr. Singh also worked as head division of vegetable, also worked as additional deputy director general in ICR New Delhi, and also worked as deputy director general in ICR from April 2017 to June 2023. He joined as a vice chancellor of CS Azad University, Kanpur on in June 2023. He also represented India as Commissioner General for World Expo Turkey. He had several awards and honors, including Mumbosho Award Japan, Saga National University Award Japan, Gold Medal by Indian Society of Horticulture, and also recognized as an international registrar. He published 137 research papers, 28 book chapters, 12 books, and 6 technical bulletins. We welcome you, sir, for this panel discussion. We also have Dr. Zebo Baba Khonawa. She is a Vice Rector for International Cooperation of the Tashkent Institute of Chemical Technology, a professor of the Department of Technology of Silicate Materials and Noble Metals, Doctor of Technical Sciences. Graduated from Tashkent State University in 1993 with a degree in chemistry. She has considerable experience of working on international projects as Erasmus Plus, NATO for Peace, American Council grants, coordinating 2 Erasmus Plus capacity building projects, and actively participating in modernization of higher education through implementation of international standards to undergrad as well as master's program in Uzbekistan. She is an author of more than 220 scientific publications, primarily in material science, technology of glass and ceramics, and also hold 2 international patents, 3 monographs, and 3 textbooks. She is a member of American Association for the Advancements of Science, member of the editorial board of the International Journal Chemistry and Chemical Engineering, member of the Society of Chemical Industry, and participated as invited researcher in various organizations, including MIT, University of Southern California, Boston University, NASA, and other institutions. We welcome you, Dr. Zebo, for today's panel discussion. We also have Mr. Rishabh, who is a CEO, Rishabh K. Savansuka, who is a CEO of Fruits India Private Limited. And Mr. Rishabh is a seasoned finance and business strategist with over 25 years of experience, spanning corporate, government, startup, and advisory role. And he's a chartered accountant by training and did his master's in business finance and has an expertise in mergers and acquisition, tax litigation, ERP, AI advisory, and venture investments. I believe he's one of the best fit for startup innovation and how do you raise funds and all these. So I think I would strongly advise to please interact with him even after panel discussion, especially students who are thinking to start new ventures. As a founder of BizStreets, an innovative boutique advisory network established in 2006, he has built robust ecosystem offering shared CFO services, and also is a certified ESG and BRSR expert, and he's also a venture partner at Venture Catalyst. We welcome you, Rishabh, here for this panel. I also like to introduce Professor Javed Musarrat. I should have done that earlier, but I realized that he has joined online and I wasn't aware that he has joined. So my apologies. So I like to take this opportunity to introduce Professor Javed Musarrat, who is the current Vice Chancellor of this excellent organization, Integral University. He was a visiting scientist of Michigan State University in United States and also a visiting faculty of Ohio State University. He was also a chair professor at King Saud University in Riyadh, and he was a dean of faculty of agriculture science at Aligarh Muslim University and also a chair of Department of Agriculture Microbiology at Aligarh Muslim University before he joined Integral. So we welcome you, Professor Musarrat sir. And now I will take this discussion forward after the introduction. So we welcome you all, and we will now start with the panel discussion. So my first question is for our Honorable Chancellor sir, प्रोफेसर वसीम अख्तर साहब, ये सवाल मेरा आपसे है कि जैसे हमारा जो थीम है इस कॉन्फ्रेंस का, दैट इज अबाउट इनोवेशन एंड टेक्नोलॉजी एंड स्टार्टअप्स एंड सॉल्विंग करंट प्रॉब्लम्स यूजिंग द टेक्नोलॉजी. आपने ये एक यूनिवर्सिटी शुरू की, मेरे हिसाब से मुझे मतलब सब लोग इस चीज से एग्री करेंगे कि दिस इज ऑल्सो अ स्टार्टअप. दिस इज एन एग्जाम्पलरी एग्जाम्पल ऑफ एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप. एक एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप एक सक्सेसफुल वेंचर के लिए जो चाहिए होता है वो सब कुछ यहाँ पर है. जैसे इकोसिस्टम आपने बिल्ड किया, इनोवेटिव है, इकोनॉमी एक पैरेलल इकोनॉमी एक पूरा आपने खड़ा किया, देन यू आर क्रिएटिंग जॉब्स फॉर सो मेनी पीपल, एंड एट द सेम टाइम कंटिन्यूअस लर्निंग इज देयर एंड इट इज ग्रोइंग राइट इन डिफरेंट फेजेस. तो मेरा आपसे क्वेश्चन ये कि एक अगर स्किल वर्कफोर्स को बिल्ड करना है तो आपकी जर्नी अब तक कैसे रही, कैसे कैसे उसमें आपके जो एम्स हैं, छोटे छोटे जो स्टेप्स होते हैं वो कैसे कैसे चेंज हुए, एंड आपके अभी क्या इनिशिएटिव हैं स्टूडेंट्स को स्किल्ड वर्कफोर्स और इनोवेटिव स्टूडेंट बनाने के लिए.
बहुत शुक्रिया माजिद साहब, गालिबन अमजद साहब बहुत शुक्रिया. आपने आपके सवालात ने मुझे माजी में ढकेल दिया है. मैंने जब यहाँ मैं असलन हिंदुस्तान में जब वापस आया अपने फॉरेन असाइनमेंट से, तो मुझे मुलाजमत की तलाश थी और एक स्कूल ने मुझे ऑफ़र किया एज ए प्रिंसिपलशिप. मैं वहाँ प्रिंसिपल हुआ. वहाँ मैंने जो चीज़ें देखी तो मेरे नज़रियात और मैनेजमेंट के नज़रियात थोड़े से मुख्तलिफ थे. میں چاہتا تھا کہ اس کے بجائے یہ ہو جائے, اس کے بجائے یہ ہو جائے, یہ امپرومنٹ ہو جائے. لیکن بہرحال ایک پرنسپل جو ہے وہ ملازم ہوتا ہے, وہ مینجمنٹ کے چشم ابرو کو دیکھتا ہے. تو میرے ساتھ بھی یہ مجبوری تھی. کیا کوئی اس کو انگلش میں بھی
Yes, so I'll do that, sir. I will do it. Yes.
اچھا. تو اس لیے میں نے وہاں یہ خیال کیا کہ میں خود سے ایک تجربہ کروں اور ایک اسکول قائم کروں, ایک ماڈل اسکول قائم کروں اور اس میں دکھاؤں, اور اس میں بچوں کو ٹریڈیشنل ایجوکیشن کے ساتھ ساتھ ماڈرن ایجوکیشن اور اس کے بعد ٹیکنیکل ایجوکیشن بھی ان کو دوں. چنانچہ میں نے اپنے اسکول کا نام ٹیکنو اکیڈمک اسکول رکھا, جس میں بچوں کو پڑھائی کے ساتھ ساتھ تاکہ بچوں کو اپنے اس ایجوکیشن کے ساتھ ساتھ ٹیکنیکل ایجوکیشن بھی ملے.
So thank you. I may not be able to reflect the same emotions, but yes, sir is saying that he was with the foreign, for my foreign delegates, I'm just telling what sir is saying right now. So he's telling that he was with a foreign country assignment and he was working out there. But when he came, he joined as a principal in a school. And when he joined, he saw that lots of potential was in him, obviously. So he wanted to change a lot. But obviously there was a whole managing committee, and whatever the innovations and the new things he tried to put in were a little difficult to do over there. And he wanted to train the students with the initiatives where the conventional education and the modern education, the technical education could be brought together. So he put up this, he initiated this particular institution with the name of Techno, so that the integration of technology can be done with the conventional education.
اس اسکول کے بعد میں نے سوچا تقریباً ایک جھوپڑی ڈالی. یہاں میرے پاس وسائل اور ریسورسز نہیں تھے. میں نے بہت سا ادھار لون لے کے اور یہ کام شروع کیا تھا. ایک چھپر ڈالا اور اس میں 6ٹھی کلاس سے 4 بچوں سے اپنا اسکول شروع کیا. میں ہی, جیسا کہ حارث صاحب نے کہا, میں ہی اس کا ایک ٹیچر تھا, میں ہی ایڈمنسٹریٹر تھا, اور میں ہی اس کا ایک طرح سے چپراسی تھا. اس طرح سے کام شروع ہوا.
So sir is saying that this began with a very humble beginning of under a thatched roof, and he was the sole one-man army who actually did it as an administrator, as a teacher, and as a person who was taking all the measures to just get the things done.
آپ یہ سمجھیں کہ اس چھپر ڈالنے سے پہلے میرے لیے یہاں پر بیٹھنے کی کوئی جگہ نہیں تھی. سامنے سڑک کے اس پار ایک چھوٹا سا گھر تھا, اور ان کے برانڈے میں ایک تخت پڑا رہتا تھا. جب تھک جاتا تھا تو اس تخت پر جاتا تھا, بیٹھتا تھا, اور ان کے اوپر جو پانی کا ٹینک تھا اس سے جو پانی آتا تھا, مئی جون میں گرم گرم وہ پانی پیتا تھا. اور جب مجھے اس کے اونر دیکھ لیتے تھے تو مجھے ایک طرح سے ڈانٹتے تھے اور کہتے تھے, ادھر آؤ, دیکھو یہ ٹیوب ویل کا بٹن ہے, اس کو دباؤ اور ٹھنڈا پانی پیو.
So sir is telling that initially there were no houses, no people around, and only just a single house was opposite to this place. Sir used to work throughout the day in the sun, and there was not even any tap or something, any boarding there. So just opposite to this land there was a house, and the owner of the house, they actually called, with the source of working so hard, they used to call him to their home so that he can have at least a glass of water from them.
وہاں سے سفر آگے بڑھاتے ہوئے ہم نے ڈیسیزن لیا کہ ہم اس کو ایک پالیٹیکنک کے سے شروع کریں. لیکن ابھی سفر بہت چھوٹا سا تھا کہ अचानक ये ख्याल हुआ कि नहीं, डायरेक्ट AICTE से इसका इंजीनियरिंग का अप्रूवल ले लिया जाए। चुनांचे सबसे पहले हमने इंजीनियरिंग इन मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग, कंप्यूटर साइंस एंड इलेक्ट्रॉनिक इंजीनियरिंग में शुरू किया 1998 में।
So actually, it was thought that Polytechnic should be started initially, but then the approval from AICTE was taken for the 3 different branches of engineering, for mechanical and electronics.
और उसके बाद धीमे धीमे ये काम बढ़ता गया और इंजीनियरिंग की दूसरी ब्रांचेस और दूसरे सब्जेक्ट में हमने पढ़ाई शुरू की, जैसे आर्किटेक्चर है, मैनेजमेंट है, कंप्यूटर एप्लीकेशन है, और फिजियोथेरेपी है, अलाइड हेल्थ साइंसेज है, और लास्ट में यहाँ मेडिकल साइंसेज का भी शोबा खोला गया, और जो आज बहुत अच्छी तरह से काम कर रहा है। तकरीबन 600 डॉक्टर्स हमारे इस हॉस्पिटल में हैं, और सारी ब्रांचेस जो हैं वो यहाँ हैं मेडिसिन की।
So gradually, all the other departments also came up, like architecture and physiotherapy, and a very big medical college was also started with the 600 doctors right now. It is working very well now.
इस वक्त जो कुछ भी है वो आपके सामने है, और हम ये समझते हैं कि इंटीग्रल यूनिवर्सिटी को आने वाले ज़माने में वन ऑफ द बेस्ट इंस्टीट्यूशन या वन ऑफ द बेस्ट यूनिवर्सिटी बनना चाहिए, और इस पूरे हिंदुस्तान के उसमें एटमॉस्फेयर में, हिंदुस्तान के एनवायरनमेंट में पूरा इसको एक बहुत ही टॉप क्लास की यूनिवर्सिटी जानी जाए, जो न सिर्फ अपने एजुकेशन के साथ साथ मॉरल एंड कैरेक्टर बिल्डिंग के भी काम करे।
So he's saying that as you all are here, you can witness that how this great university has grown in all these days and the future to come. Sir is wishing that this university should be one of the best universities of the country and should also be acknowledged at the level of, the global level.
इंटीग्रल यूनिवर्सिटी को अगर इस वक्त इंट्रोड्यूस किया जाए तो वो इस तरह से भी किया जा सकता है, या एक किस्सा है इस तरह से भी किया जा सकता है कि एक जंगल था और वहाँ बहुत ज़बरदस्त आग लगी हुई थी। अभी आपने देखा है कि अमेरिका में, न्यूयॉर्क वगैरह में कितनी ज़बरदस्त वहाँ के जंगलों में आग लगी थी जो बुझाए नहीं बुझ रही थी। इसी तरह की एक आग थी। उस आग के पास देखा गया कि एक छोटी सी चिड़िया वहाँ पर आती है और अपनी टोंट में एक ड्रॉप पानी लेती है और उस आग पर डाल देती है। वहीं पे दूसरी चिड़ियाँ भी थी, एक कौवा भी था। उसने कहा कि तुम ये बेवकूफ़ी क्या कर रही हो कि ये तुम्हारे इस एक ड्रॉप वाटर से कहीं ये आग बुझेगी। उसने कहा कि नहीं, मुझे इसकी फिक्र नहीं है कि ये आग बुझेगी, लेकिन जब क़यामत में आग बुझाने वालों का नाम लिखा जाएगा तो उसमें मेरा भी नाम होगा, आग लगाने वालों में नहीं।
So this is
इंटीग्रल यूनिवर्सिटी वो एक छोटी सी चिड़िया भी है।
So sir has mentioned a very beautiful story that there was a forest fire and all the animals and birds were like running around when there was a huge fire, but there was a small bird who had a small one single drop of water in the beak and was trying hard to extinguish that fire. So everybody started laughing on that particular bird and said that, what are you doing? How can you even do that? It's a huge fire. So the bird said that on the day of judgment, when it will be mentioned that who played what role, my role will be that I tried hard to extinguish this fire. So this is the role of Integral University, making all their efforts to be mentioned in good sense. Yeah.
Thank you.
बहरहाल इंटीग्रल यूनिवर्सिटी को अपना सफ़र तय करना है और दिन ब दिन आगे बढ़ना है। मेरी हैसियत बहुत छोटी सी हैसियत है और जिस हैसियत को कहना चाहिए कि चंद अल्फाज से शौकत थानवी एक बहुत मशहूर शायर थे, उनका एक शेर है, उससे भी मैं उस शेर से भी अपनी पोजीशन जो है वो आपके सामने जाहिर कर सकता हूँ। वो कहते हैं मैं राई का एक दाना, राई बहुत छोटी सी वो होती है, पोस्ते के से भी छोटी, मैं राई का एक दाना, पर्वत वो सरासर हैं, मैं राई के एक दाना, पर्वत वो सरासर हैं, मैं इससे भी कमतर हूँ, वो इससे भी बढ़कर हैं। तो आप सब लोगों के ताउन से, आप सब लोगों के ताउन से मैं इस यूनिवर्सिटी को एक बहुत ही नुमाया यूनिवर्सिटी हिंदुस्तान के उसमें पैरामीटर में मैं देखना चाहता हूँ। आप सबका कोऑपरेशन, आप सबकी वो उसकी दरख्वास्त है। मैं समझता हूँ कि शायद मेरी ये बात आपका सवाल में किसी हद तक ये जवाब होगा,
जी सर,
लेकिन अगर कुछ कमी रह गई हो तो आप बता दीजिएगा।
नहीं सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच. Thank you for your inspiring words, and I believe the best is yet to come for Integral, and I'm sure with innovation and technology development, a lot of things is going to happen. So I'll come to Dr. Nadeem Akhtar for the next question. And since you are also leading a lot of international initiatives at the university, you came from IIT as a graduate and then doctorate graduate from IIT Kanpur. So how do you see the role of universities in bridging the gap between the rapid advancement in technology and the real world challenges that society generally faces? And what steps can organization like Integral should take or taking to make education more aligned with current trends and needs?
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, thank you for asking me that deep question. In fact, it's really ironical and sad that sitting here in the 21st century, we are forced to ask this question as to how can universities keep pace with the emerging technologies and the needs of the industry. You see, in the past, right from the mid 1700s, universities have been leading the industrial development and technologies. Whether it is the steam engine, which was developed at the University of Glasgow, whether it is the computing work done at Cambridge and MIT, and so many other, steel and production industry developments done at the Technical University of Berlin. So traditionally, universities have been the powerhouse of knowledge and also training of skilled professionals. Now, when the technologies that have developed have been passed on to the industry has adapted it with both hands and got itself catapulted to higher and higher levels of development. That thing, one, has got caged in the industrial field, and second, it has not gotten distributed from one academic institution or one university to the other. These, I believe, are the two major reasons why the universities lagged behind, while the industry kept on developing and progressing in the areas of technical development. You see, even talking of the situation in India, we have about 1150, 1200 institutions, universities, and out of those, 60% are government, and just mere 40% are private universities. Whereas the enrollment in these institutions is just the opposite. About 55% students are studying in private, 45 are studying in government universities. Now, out of these government universities, the most funded ones are the central universities, which are only 10% of the 60%. And the rest, 90% of the universities are surviving on mere grants, and almost all private universities are surviving on the tuition fees that they collect from the students. Now, it is the responsibility of the industry, which got its knowledge and expertise from the university, to take the universities forward through the CSR initiatives and through the collaborations with academia. And this conference is an excellent example of how universities and industries can come together to bridge this gap. Second, the governments around the world must enhance and increase their spending on universities and education. We have seen consistent decline in the allocation of budget as a percentage of GDP towards higher education in India. And that is a sad scenario as more and more institutions increase, as our GER is set to increase. I think we need more and more financial support and input from the governments. The whole message is that universities play an immense role, and the learnings for the university is to be just like the industry, which is the industries have to be, first of all, agile. Universities by definition are very large organisms and which have lots of inertia in that resists bringing about any change in the system, in the curriculum, in the trainings, etc. So one of the most important things for universities to stay relevant today is to be agile. As long as we are agile, which is one of the key requirements for industry also, I think we will be able to not only keep pace with the industry, we were actually meant to march ahead of them and show them the way, rather than you asking me this question how do we keep pace with the industry. So we are a formal, university system is a well-established formal system to lead development. It's an irony that we are having to resort to other training missions, skilling missions, something that we were supposed to do as a university, we have not been able to do in the world. So I think it's a very important role that the universities play in bridging this gap.
Yeah, appreciate your answers, and I am with you on the challenges that you mentioned about the gap between private and government organization. Also, the grant funding is the only sort of way right now to get the fund to the university, but the private university may adopt a different model with startup ecosystem and innovation, and then they can pump back the money to the anyways. So I'll come back to you later if time permits, but my next question is to Professor G.D. Yadav, sir. So since you have had multiple patents, you have developed so many technology and tech transfer, has been advisor to multiple industries. So in your experience, what are the key barriers to fostering cross-disciplinary innovation in the field like energy, healthcare, sustainability? Your thoughts on that?
Thank you. I will tell you on the basis of my experience, and also because your theme is Vikasit Bharat at 2047. So what is the meaning of Vikasit Bharat? Will be no less than the advanced nations which we right now adore. So in 2047, will we be number 2 economy or number 3 economy? And what is required for that? Many times what happens is that people, extend the model from 2025 to 2047, which is exactly, opposite of what I say. We should say that we will be number 2 or number 3, maybe $30 trillion economy, or some pundits say 55 trillion dollar economy, and then come back and change everything, including education. We have to say that we'll be there, not the other way around. 2047, India will be 1.67 billion people. Today, we are 1.44 billion people. So our population will be huge. He talked about GER, gross enrollment ratio. We aim to have 50% of our students going to higher education, universities. Are we equipped with that? Another problem in today's world, and he also mentioned in Hindi or Urdu, I don't know what you said, but AI and ML, everybody is talking about artificial intelligence, natural intelligence is dead. And everybody thinks it is artificial intelligence which will survive us, which is wrong. I'm telling you why. If we want to be economy number 3, maybe China will be number 1, America will be number 2, India will be number 3. And so our competitor that time will be America, USA. We need 24% of manufacturing sector. Okay, not just service sector. Service sector should be 70%. So our courses should be accordingly redesigned. So you should have, major degrees and minor degrees. AI, ML are tools to be used by everybody. Anybody can use it. Even a travel agent will use it. Your mobile phone is the best example of that. So I was invited by one of the IITs to give a talk to the students, and they said, because I'm a chemical engineer, I must tell you that. He said, sir, how do you attract students to chemical engineering? So I said, very simple. I took my mobile phone and showed them, you love this, right? This computer science and engineering, that is number 1 branch in all IITs. All JEE toppers, they go to that. So one of the IITs asked me, we don't get even one student from the top 500. What should we do? I said, give them free education, they will come. Because there is no other way you can bring them to your institute, so you have to give some incentive. So what I said, in this particular mobile phone, there are 30 chemicals, inorganic oxides. There's silicon, parts per million, purity. Then you have carbonate. Then you have the aluminum frame. The touch screen is indium oxide. Who makes them? We make it. So if we don't make it, you will not have that. So don't underestimate other disciplines. We require manufacturing. So I chair some of the AICT committees. So this year we have done 5,000 scholarships to students in non-computer area. Civil, mechanical, electrical and all, where students are required. Okay, that is where the future is there. Without that, we cannot do anything. Number 2, because you talked about finances. Private universities, you generate money through your tuition fees or whatever you have. So in the government sector, you also mentioned that we are not spending enough on higher education, on research and innovation. We don't spend enough. We are still 0.6% of our GDP. Research, okay? We should go. How do we do it? So I have said this many times. You can see this video on the YouTube. We should increase our CSR, corporate social responsibility fund, from 2% to 3%. And that 1% extra should be given for tertiary education, higher education. Okay, and anybody can get that money, because that is, and it is not tax deductible. It is industry's obligation, because they want better manpower, right, tomorrow. And even in that, I said that 1% extra, 0.2% should be for, I call this scheme as SIR scheme, SIR, Student Internship Responsibility. Every student must go to some organization, whether it is industry or government, they take training and they get 5,000 to 6,000 rupees a month as a tuition fee. And I also said this loud and clear, 2 important points. One of them is that semester system is a bad idea. Semester system is a bad idea for India, because during the summer months, because typically you work for 10 months, summer months, students develop all bad habits because they're sitting at home. Students pick up all bad habits because they have ample time. So the trimester system is the best system, where every 4 months you change, and the alternate trimester you go to industry and pick up a job. And these days you are talking about online courses. So suppose some religious holidays there, it is already available on YouTube. You can record it and the student can see. That way, the student in a particular branch will get. So I started this program in my registrar that time, Smita Lele is here, in Bhubaneswar and Jalna. Every integrated master's program, 15 trimesters, 6 trimesters were industrial experience in 6 different industries, and also undergraduate research. So you get so-called honors degree. And last but not the least, so this way you can definitely prepare for 2047. My personal belief, there are so many girls here, so they should be happy and they should clap after what I said. My personal belief is that girls' education should be free till PhD. I have been saying this in different fora. You can see this on YouTube also. And why I'm believing that? Indian society is very unkind to girls. They want them, they get married at early age, they'll have the grandchildren, and that's the end of it. They don't think girls can contribute to society and this technological world. Exactly opposite I'm saying. I'm saying make girls' education free. It does not mean that all girls will become PhD. It means that those who are capable, they can go for bachelor's to master's to PhD. Educated mother is the best gift to society. Because the educated mother will contain the family. She will not allow 20 children. She will say one is enough or two is enough. She will not like the children to be uneducated. She will say they should be educated like I did. That will control population and also another societal benefit. The dowry question will also go away because girls can choose their own life partners in this when they go to college or wherever. Right? That is another advantage. Their marriageable age will go up. And within 2 generations, India can be a great nation. That is 2047. What I am saying is that is what is required. Policy change. Government should, and in the case of this girls' education, 50% center can give, 50% state can give. There are so many freebies given for undeserving people. I'm sorry to say that. But instead of that, give this to the girl. Because our society will be made by ladies. Believe me, if India has to be great, become great, ladies should be honored. Otherwise, we say, "Arey nari ko puja karte hai," but where do we puja karte? We don't do that.
So,
okay.
Yeah. So thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. And I'm sure there could be other models which can be adopted to make girls' education better. And university can be supported through CSR instead, and then dedicated towards the girls' education, so that there is no extra burden on the universities as well. But thank you. I appreciate your comments. So since you mentioned that there is a gap between what industry need and what academia is producing, and there was a recent survey conducted in Asia where primarily in India, HR heads of different large companies, they accepted the fact that in 80% of the cases, they see a wide gap between what they need and what student is coming from. So what they're bringing. So I like to ask this question from Professor Javed Musarrat, who is a Vice Chancellor of this university. Are you there, sir? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir is here.
Okay. So I like to ask you, sir, that how can university better tailor their academic curriculum to meet the urgent real world challenges, and what transformation do you see in the day-to-day learning of students on campus so that they are ready?
Assalamu alaikum. My voice is audible there, I believe.
Yes, sir, you are very well audible. And many
Okay.
thanks for your presence, sir. Apart from your busy schedule, thank you so much, sir.
Okay. So नालाए बुलबुले शहदा तो सुना हंस हंस कर, अब जिगर थाम के बैठो कि मेरी बारी आई. First and foremost, I'll request, in fact, that you'll give me a little more time because I've been listening to the entire session, in fact, for the last 1.5 hours.
Apologies, sir, for keeping you waiting so long time.
My sincere regards to our esteemed Chancellor, Professor Syed Basim Akhtar, our Pro-Chancellor, Syed Nadeem Akhtar, esteemed guest, Padam Shri, Professor G.D. Yadav ji, our own General Shah Sahab, and warm greetings to all the distinguished guests, especially our friends from Uzbekistan, Professor Zebo and Professor Nortoji, who are on stage there, and all my dear ones who have genuinely felt my absenteeism. I too deeply miss you all, and truly wish that I could have attended this session in person. It is early morning in Germany, but the significance of the discussion makes it well worth the early start. So I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the organizers of this conference, particularly the organizing secretary, Professor Alvina Faruqi, and her entire team for their outstanding efforts in successfully hosting this international event. I am honored to be a part of this open discussion on such a critical and a very timely, topic, that is building a skilled workforce for Viksit Bharat by 2047, educating and training for sustainable workforce for tomorrow. So actually, the issue it should revolve around the Viksit Bharat. That is one of the important point that you have included in the topic today. Is the creation of a skilled and sustainable workforce capable of driving economic growth and fostering innovation and enhancing the global competitiveness. Well, you should know that this is all possible because the demographic dividend presents India with a very unique opportunity to harness the potential of its young population. The question is how to capitalize on this advantage. We are talking of changing curriculum and other things. I'll come to that point. It is very important to address the existing skill gap and align the workforce capabilities with the evolving demand of global economy. Now, as far as the employability gap is concerned, there is a substantial disconnect exists between academic institution perception and industry expectations regarding graduate readiness. What academic institutions view is that approximately 70% of them, they think that they believe that their graduates are well prepared for the corporate world. That's what the academia thinks. But let us see the corporate perspective, which says that only 60% are employable. That indicates a significant gap and perceive the readiness of the graduates. The India Skill Report 2025 revealed that the economic ratio of Indian graduates has risen to 54.8% from in 2025 compared to 51.25 in 2024. But the reality of the job market is, which you can say that in spite of the fact that the employment rate has been ticked up, only 25% of the management professionals and 20% of engineers and only 10% of general graduates are deemed employable. 47% of Indian workers, especially 62% of female workers, are underqualified for their jobs. The demand for skilled labor is projected to reach 103 million, almost 29 million worker shortfall. So health sector, IT sector, semiconductor manufacturing, agriculture, they are the most affected sectors. So there is an urgent need for integration. The traditional education system has long emphasized theoretical knowledge, often at the expense of practical skills. However, now we are shifting industry demand. India faces a severe gap because of growing unemployment crisis and a rapidly evolving startup ecosystem that demands innovation. The disconnect between the skill possessed by our graduates and the demand of the job market highlight the need for vocational training and educational and the education and the teaching which is aligned with the industry need. So to bridge the gap between the academia and industry, what I believe is that the following should be the strategies, and these are the recommendations, the proposed solutions. Number one, as other speakers have also pointed out this, curriculum overhaul. We have to integrate practical skill development, case studies, project-based learning to align academic content with industry needs. Second important point, we all agree to it, is to strengthen the India academic collaboration. Establish partnerships for internship, apprenticeship, and mentorship programs to provide students proper exposure to corporate environment. How many universities are doing that? We are trying to build upon that. We've started this internship program in the university. Apprenticeship program takes time and should be a collective effort. Third important thing is the faculty development. We have to equip our educators with contemporary teaching methodologies and industry insight to enhance instructional quality. Fourth important thing is to emphasize on soft skills, incorporate training in communication, teamwork, and adaptability to prepare graduates for dynamic work settings. And there should be a continuous feedback mechanism as well, in fact, knowing what's going on in the curriculum improvement. There is, see, as of 2023, India exhibits significant disparity in educational attainment among its working age population. You have to keep that in mind. Adult with less than prime, you see 30.4% of adults aged 25 to 64 have not completed primary education. The highest percentage among 34 countries. That is the OECD data that I'm telling you. Upper secondary education, you can say that only 29.6% of men and 20% approximately of women that aged between 25 to 64 have attained at least an upper higher education, secondary education, ranking lowest among the OECD partner countries. So that's the situation. A mere 6.8% population aged above and above have received or receiving the vocational training, indicating a substantial gap. So that is something that needs to be built up. And not only, change in curriculum. That is, so many things that I mentioned, in fact, are involved. So it is basically a very holistic effort that has to be taken. Government initiatives are there to bolster the skill development, like a Skill India Mission is there, National Skill Development Policy is there, Deen Dayal Upadhyay, Antyodaya, this Yojana is there. There are so many things happening, but then we have to be a part of it. And then we have to really visualize this employability gap and the skill gap. The proposed solutions, as I mentioned, are these, in fact. So this is something very important. And I hope that by adopting these measures, India can enhance the employability of its graduates, ensuring that they are well equipped to contribute effectively to the nation's economy and growth. So that is my point. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you for your point, sir. Very well received. So moving forward, I have this question to Honorable Jamiluddin Shah Sahab, former Vice Chancellor of AMU. As you know that there are significant disparities in access to STEM education, especially when it comes to underprivileged society and partly to the women up to some extent as well. So what concrete steps do you think an emerging institution should take, and also about the initiative that you have taken earlier, and how can new institution learn from the best practices that you adopted earlier?
Thank you, Professor Hussain. STEM is a vital part of education. And unfortunately, a large number of students have a distaste for science, technology, and other things. I think we need to make it more interesting. If we do that, and we should start the process of interest in science from a very early age. If we don't do that, this grows into a sort of an allergy when the child grows up. Another thing which I felt is that parents generally force their child into a field where the child is not interested. I think this is a fatal flaw. The child must be given a chance to pursue studies in the field he or she is interested. That's very important. But one thing which I learned from the army, in fact, I was under the mistaken impression that I really wouldn't have to do very much of studies or anything like that. Till I joined the National Defense Academy, and I had to run through the whole rigmarole of science and maths, everything, geography. So it is very, very important that we do that. But what is important and what I feel is lacking in our country is a sense of discipline. To study science, mathematics, engineering, you need a whole degree of discipline. Unless you do that, I'm afraid that STEM cannot find a place in your life and in what you do. It is very vital that students, besides studying science, must also have hands-on experience on that. In the army, we do that. We do not bank only on classroom education, but we put a soldier or an officer right through the rigmarole of what he has learned. For example, I was commissioned in a camel regiment. Now, you won't believe it that such a thing existed in the 21st century. But here I was with 1,000 camels in my regiment. What did the army do? They put me through a veterinary course. So I'm a veterinary qualified officer, and because of my background in veterinary, I could handle the camels very well. So it's a question of hands-on training combined with classroom education. This is something which we overlook very often. Vikshit means developed. How do we get a developed lot of population who will, or scientifically minded population who will develop the country? Ladies and gentlemen, without science, without technology, we cannot be a developed nation. Plain and simple. We've got to understand that. One piece of advice I'd like to tell you is entrepreneurs, when you are venturing forward into anything which you want to do, start small. Learn the ropes. Learn the technology involved in making progress, and then you will not repent or regret having entered into a particular field. One or two other things which I'd like to highlight. If we want to be a developed country, why is it that when we send our students abroad, most of them get tempted to remain in the country where they were educated? This doesn't happen in the case of China. Most of Chinese students who have studied abroad return back to their country. It is compulsory. I think we should enforce that. Anybody who studied abroad better get back to the home country. We cannot afford a brain drain. And the brain drain is happening because countries like America and Europe and others want to capture the best minds of the world. And they've succeeded in doing that. India must prevent this brain drain to happen. Another thing which had troubled me when I was in Aligarh Muslim University, dealing with research. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Integral University, I am certain at the direction in which they are going, will be a leading university. But to become a leading university, you must have quality research. And the quality research will only come from STEM. A university cannot get a name unless it does quality research. Now, what do you want to do quality research in? I recommend look into the fields which the country needs. The country needs scientifically minded students. The country needs food to feed the 1.5 billion which we are going to have approximately. It needs to preserve its water resources. It needs to prevent contamination of our river systems. It needs green energy. These are the things we must concentrate on. And I'm certain that with STEM, we will be able to focus on the aspects, the requirements which the country needs and work towards it. So, ladies and gentlemen, there's no escaping STEM. It has to be the foundation of all education in all universities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I'm doubly appreciative for your comments and also for finishing on time. So thank you very much. So my next question is to Professor Khare, and related to what Zamiruddin Shah Sahab has just discussed about STEM. ICER has these innovation systems, and now they're also expanding in innovation, establishing incubation centers as well. I established one of the incubator at ICER Bhopal. And I don't know if you're aware, but one of my companies incubated at ICER Kolkata at Rice Foundation. So we'll talk about it more after the discussion. So my question to you is that could you share some of the examples where collaboration between deep science and health science, medical science have led to the innovation solutions or good startup or solutions for the public health, and they're changing the problems, addressing the problem, bringing solutions.
Yeah, thank you very much. And when you said you were from ICER Bhopal, I just could connect immediately. One example which I can immediately answer for your question is ICER Calcutta is located in the vicinity of AIIMS Kalyani. So this is called Kalyani, but actually it's Mohanpur. And similarly, ICER Kolkata is called ICER Kolkata, but it is Mohanpur. Yeah. So we have an advantage of having the medical institution next door. And there are common projects. And we encourage some of our students of STEM background, which you asked, to take up the summer internship in the AIIMS Kalyani. And similarly, some of the doctors who want to be exposed to so we also have a artificial intelligence stream in Department of Computer and Data Science. So they also come in summer, some exposure from the medical background. So that has come up very beneficial. So I think in this time of global scenario, we cannot progress unless we are interdisciplinary. It's very, very essential. So I will just deviate from your question and take 2 minutes with my experience. One is the skill which we are imparting to the science graduates. It is very necessary that we delineate research with the skills or basic fundamentals which we have to provide to them. So for instance, BS/MS programs or BSc or master program. These are supposed to provide very good fundamentals. If we mix research over there, we are actually mistaken. They should be exposed to research so that they acquire the techniques which will be useful in the future for research if they want research as a career or they want to go to industry. So the need is that when they are as a student for STEM in BS or MS program, they should be exposed to the practical classes or the research laboratories with the most modern techniques. For example, this era you have seen CRISPR-Cas has come, gene editing. Now a student going out from the university or the institution without having hands-on perfection with the kind of CRISPR-Cas or gene editing will have no use. I mean, he will find it very difficult to get absorbed into the industry or academics. So the purpose of basic sciences is to expose them. For instance, quantum. Can we miss a student not knowing quantum techniques now, quantum computing now? So if we have to prepare them for tomorrow, during our curriculum, the experimental design, practical courses, we have to make sure that they are exposed to the best of the recent techniques. Otherwise, so in that case, my previous avatar, I was in IIT Delhi for 25 years. I have seen the way they work. They work like, I think you are also from IT system. Our curriculum is updated actually very regularly. We update the curriculum. We bring in the latest technology, latest thing in the course. And second is that IT students are sent in the summer to the industry or academy. It's must that they should go. IITs also have a program of POP, Professor of Practice, actually, and they bring industry people inside in the summer with lots of incentives to deal with the students, tell them how industry functions. So that is also very important. We should expose them. So what I'm trying to say is that in basic education, we must expose them to the latest of the technology and what industry demands, unless they interact with the industry. Second phase, which we always mix research and basic science. Research is next step. So we should gear up research institution in a way that these trained students go there and do, if they are innovative, they are creative, they can do best of the research because you have imparted them with those hands-on experiments or techniques. So that is the second step. But I think also Sir said, I do agree that university, unless have a very good research, background, they will not come up. But then separate them from the basic education. Let them a good PhD. There they can be innovative and good research come out. But there can be some research professors also, like in US system you must have seen, who do research only. So I think teaching research kind of separate bit demarcation is needed. But however, I'm very happy that we are on the right track. Country is moving on the right track. And private institution like, sir, I will take 1 minute. It's my third visit to this university. And every time I want to come. So first time you told me that Thatch where you started, I was so impressed. Second time what impressed me, you have a central instrumentation facility. No private university has this kind of investment in central university. That was very impressive, sir. You must see that. So that shows the intent. So I think such institution, we may call private, I don't call them private. Actually, they are contributing for the nation. So if private institutions do not come, you cannot cater the need of education. So they must come, they work like it's a good model to work. So in my opinion, we are okay. But when it comes to, I'll close by 1 minute. When it comes to Viksit Bharat or the theme of this, our problems are very own, like Lieutenant General Saha Sahab said. Indian problem are slightly different than other research problems. You will have lots of diseases which are unheard elsewhere. Viruses are mutating every day. Can our student screen that there has been a kind of mutation? Are we training them that way? Food and feed, this is our major issue. If our students are geared up to estimate those things. Sustainable energy, I think nobody can be better than Professor G.T. Yadav to tell sustainable energy. We do need sustainable energy. Lots of efforts at quantum, we must go forward. AI has come, and as I think Chancellor Sahab said, AI is a tool. It won't become a discipline. Everybody will use this tool. Now it's up to us that how we can solve our problem by using AI as a tool for coming years. With this, I think I am very poised to see we are heading right direction.
Thank you for your comments, and I second your opinion. In fact, I like to add that this is one of the very unique combination where you have STEM education as well as, like, there is a medical college inside, because if you see most of the even national level institution in India, IITs and all, they lack that, and they started realizing it now. IIT Kanpur is starting a medical college, IIC has started, so it's already there. And I'm sure my friends from United States and other part of the world, they appreciate that, when they are trying to get even a tumor sample in laboratories in United States, literally there are 10 professors behind one tumor samples. But here it is in access. So I would advise, especially researchers, please make a use of it. It's a very unique combination and a good ecosystem. So moving to the next question to Dr. Harris. who is also in a very unique position because he is an alumni from this university. He is also a faculty in bioengineering, and then he is now head of administration as a registrar. He's working. So my question to you, Dr. Haris, is like from administrative perspective and from the uniqueness of Integral that you can offer or you're offering to students, what changes you suggest, small changes to build an ecosystem where all stakeholders, students, faculty, researchers, they come together to build a very skilled, not only the workforce, but also get them ready for the startups, innovation, and becoming the leader.
So thank you so much, Dr. Amjad. Particularly, I want to emphasize on one important fact that I also look after the university admissions. So the most important thing which I feel once any students comes for admission, at that time counseling session is very, very important, because majority of the students in this country, they go after the buzz which is created. Like at this time, pharmacy is a buzz, paramedical sciences is a buzz. So everybody who is coming to Integral, 90% of the students, they want to do allied health sciences or pharmacy. But that is not the case in terms of the inherent talent they have. So majority of them, which we as teachers or the admission coordinators of the departments, they convince, and then they see the real potential, and then the student comes back after 4 years and says, we have got a very good counseling session at the time when we entered, because majority of the families, they are not educated. Because if you say the best institutions in the country, they cater to the best minds also. But institutions like Integral University, which is taking care of the mediocres in the school education, the role of private universities like Integral is much more important, because if you can take the 50, 60, 70% class 10th, class 12th student to the level of 80, 90%, or to the level of generating skill employment, then it is very essential. So my point is counseling is very essential. The second point which I would like to reiterate from what our pro-chancellors have said, the universities in the 17th, 18th century, they used to connect themselves to the society, and they used to pick up the right problems from the society for their R&D. And once the R&D used to happen in the universities, the results of those research and development was a solution to a problem existing in the society. So once your product is a solution to a problem existing in the society, there were people from industries who wanted to invest, because their main aim is to see the return on investment. So the research happened in the universities, but I am emphasizing that that research was connected to a problem of the society, not the research which is merely confined to publications and patents which are not transferable. So that connect of the university with the society is lacking now. Therefore, majority of the research is confined within the university system itself. So try to pick up problems of the society, and once your problem, you find a solution to that problem will have a commercial value. And once it has a commercial value, there will be industry people to come and take that technology, buy that technology, and then they can earn through that commercial problem, and at the same time they give back to the university. So that thing should also come back. And also I'm taking care of the Agriculture Institute there. So many of us talked about the updation of syllabus, and that should be a regular feature in any university. It is difficult in a country like India, where there are more than 1,200 universities and more than 3,000, 4,000 colleges. For colleges, it's almost impossible to upgrade any syllabus. We have been to several lakh visits. They say that it comes from the university. So, like we have the Deputy Director General from ICR. ICR, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, has a very excellent system in terms, they have a committee called a Dean Committee for Agricultural Education in India. Like at the moment, we have the 6th Dean Committee coming. So all the deans of agriculture faculties, they sit regularly and upgrade the syllabus for the entire country. So if it is not possible for individual universities to upgrade their syllabus as a regular feature, why not we should have a Dean Committee for the entire higher education system in the country, so that syllabus updation is a regular feature rather than confined to the leadership of that institution to take this forward. So this model can be adopted, but at the same time, what Professor Khare Saab said and Zamiruddin Shah Saab also said, the perception for private universities should change. It's not always correct that if there is a representative from a government institution, what he is saying is correct, what he is saying is for the government. But if there is somebody from a private institution, what he is saying for its own benefit. Because if you want to take care of 60-70% of the masses of this country, particularly in the enhancement of the gross enrollment ratio, it's the private universities which have come forward. And that time is not far away that, like private schools who are dominating the entire country in India, the private universities will take over from government universities. So people should think this, take this care, always take it as a precaution that it's more important that what you are saying. It's not that important who is saying that. If somebody is saying what is correct, even though he belongs to a private institution, his words should have value, and the government should work in hand with the private universities and should also bring up schemes to uplift such institutions so that their job or their what you can say proposal of increasing the GR should be met. And of late we have seen majority of the universities working, trying to take care of everything. We are being told to take care of everything, like do research, do teaching, do extracurricular, do sports. When we have institutions, research institutions with specific mandate, when we have universities with a specific mandate, when we have sports universities also coming up, when we have a Sangeet University also in Lucknow. So the main purpose of any university is good teaching which is relevant to the industry. First do that and then go for the other things which are not that essential for a university. Like of late we have seen majority of the research institutes, they have come up with teaching programs. So if research institutes will take up teaching programs, what will universities do then? So it's better the primary job is being taken care of by the primary institution, and the mandate should be taken into consideration in order to bridge that gap. And counseling at all levels is very important. Any individual can contribute, so the government should make this a priority, that whether it is private or public, whether it is industry or academia or research, specific roles should be defined, and central regulatory bodies, instead of punishing, should put forward the corrective measures and support all such initiatives. So this is from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. So my next question is for Dr. Zebo. So as you've been participating into various global partnerships, my question to you is that how global partnerships in research and industry can change the landscape of the outcome, and how the joint research projects drive innovations in sector like healthcare, renewable energy, food, and all these things. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm very glad to participate in such chair. So I would like to mention from Uzbekistan side that India is doing very well because all of you was from Indian side. So you have fastest growing economy, and I took it from Times newspaper. By 2027, India will be largest economy in the world. So you are doing really great in IT, in engineering, in pharmacy, and biotechnology. And it is our pleasure that we cooperate with Integral University and we study your good experience. We would like to implement it in Uzbekistan. We just discussed it with some of our panelists, how we can grow our cooperation more. So it will help to develop economy in Uzbekistan and in India also. In cooperation, of course, we can do more. And if we speak about researchers, because we are all researchers, we know, and we have among panelists good researchers with very high Hirsch index. We know that even Hirsch index is dependent to international cooperation. So with international cooperation, we can do a lot in research, in development of different field. And for now, I think we cannot develop any field without international cooperation. It is main point now. And our panel is also about skills of our students, of our graduates. They should have also intercultural skills, because they should know how to communicate with international community, with international researchers, study the best, so we don't do same mistakes that other people did 50 years ago, for example. So it is very important that we are doing such cooperation, such conferences together, and we are very glad that we are cooperating with Integral University. We already organized more than 10 events in Uzbekistan and in India, and it is helping us to develop even, especially in biotechnology. So Professor Nortaji is very active. So in biotechnology, on medical, on pharmaceutical plants, so it is very essential for us, this cooperation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your very timely and very point-to-point comments. So thank you very much. My next question is to Dr. Anand Kumar Singh, who is an expert in agriculture and globally and nationally known figure. So my question to you is that how do emerging technologies like either AI or IoTs or machine learning present new opportunities for the agriculture innovation, and where do you see the agriculture skill workforce which is being trained in the university? How do they take up challenges in food and agriculture for the India?
Thank you so much, and very good afternoon to all of you. Thank you, Harris, for giving me a chance to speak here on this such a august audience. Well, I mean, if I take a quick rundown of Indian agriculture in a minute or something, we till 42 million hectare area with 140 million farmers and 135,000 farming households in India, nowhere in the world. We produced 50 million tons in 1947, and today we are producing food grains to the tune of 334 million tons. Please give me 1 or 2 minutes extra to me, because agriculture is such a vast subject in India. We produced 50 million tons food grains in 47, and today we are producing 334 million tons. Land has not increased. Productivity has risen. Today, we are producing, in addition to that, 365 million tons of the fruits, vegetables, spices, plantation crops together. That was 25 million tons way back in 47. We don't have any data how much milk we produce. We are producing today 238 million tons, 16 million tons of fish. Likewise, commodities. I'm not going to tell you the statistics. What we have done, Winston Churchill, the very popular Prime Minister of the Britain, in 41, when he was not a Prime Minister, he said that although India is aspiring to become an independent nation, but can we feed teeming millions? For the last 13 months, ladies and gentlemen, country is giving more than 800 million population free ration. And our strategic requirement of the food grain in India is 21.6 million tons, and all the silos are full for the last, you can check it on the website. For the last 6 years, all silos are full with the 105 million tons. 1 किलो अनाज को रखने के लिए हमारा खर्चा है 6 रुपए 66 पैसे. Imagine we are having 105 million tons grain in silos. We have reached to this state. But what we have done with the natural resources, water, soil, environment, and the income of the farmers, has that grown in a matching proportion? Probably not. We could have done fairly well. Therefore, once there are indications by the turn of 2065, our population is going to show a sign of stagnation or decline. Cereal consumption is going to be down by 1 to 1.2% or something. Our food requirement is not going to be that high, which was initially anticipated. However, contemporary development of science and technology has moved so fast that we have technologies available which can aid in Indian agriculture. There is a possibility 77 agriculture universities, 113 ICR independent institutions across the country. They are into it. We believe that the partnership, collaboration with the agencies, government agencies, non-government agencies, public and private partnership with the government of India by policy is supporting. This has a huge potential to act as an interface between the industry and the agricultural education. Shiksha Sodhar Prasar. Agricultural education, and agricultural extension of the technology. Here, the role of the artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep machine learning, and sensor-based deployment of the agricultural input is so important. Imagine 140 million hectare area. You are operating in tropics and subtropics. Unless there is efficiency, resource use efficiency is there, unless this is monitored by the high-tech interventions, country is big. You can't reach manually. Government agencies can't reach each and every farms. And more than 86% of the farmers are small and marginal farmers. You can't reach by the government machinery. You have to have the technology like artificial intelligence, machine learning, how the input is to be delivered, sensor-based applications, so that this is effectively converted into a production system that has potential. Forget the foggy ideas and forget the insular approaches in agriculture we deployed in the past. But you can't go ahead in the future. Let us compare ourselves. I will not compare my sister with America or China. I'll compare myself. What I was yesterday, what I am today, what I'm going to be tomorrow. We have to deploy the partnership, collaboration, and increase in the investment of the knowledge, both knowledge creation as well as the knowledge dissemination. This will drive innovation. This innovation is going to drive the Indian agriculture. That will be sustainable, ecologically viable, economically sustainable. And this will be a foolproof system that the commodity this is going to produce will be healthy to the environment, to water, to animals, to us, to air, and everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. So my next question is to Professor Sir.
एस्टिमेट जैसा कि अभी हमारे आनंद सिंह साहब ने कहा कि स्टोरेज करने के लिए फूड को स्टोरेज करने के लिए हम कितना स्पेंड करते हैं, कितना एक्सपेंडिचर उसमें होता है, ये बहुत सवालिया निशान है कि हमारा स्टोरेज सिस्टम जो है वो अपडेट नहीं है, जिसकी वजह से हम लोग बहुत ज़्यादा क्वांटिटी जो है वो वेस्ट करते हैं उसमें। क्या आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस जो है एआई इसमें क्या रोल अदा कर सकता है? मेरे नज़दीक तो सिर्फ ये मॉरल एंड एथिक्स, मॉरल टेक्नोलॉजी होनी चाहिए कि अपनी अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी समझनी चाहिए। एआई इस क्या रोल अदा कर सकते हैं?
Sir, incidentally, I had a chance to work as a managing director of the National Horticulture Board, which is operated by the Ministry of Agriculture, Government of India. So that gave me opportunity to interact with the managing directors of the Food Corporation of India and other similar agencies at state level also. You know, the amount of food grains that we are wasting today, amount of fruits and vegetables that we are wasting today, you know how much? More than 450,000 crore. 450 लाख करोड़ बच्चों लिख के देखो कितना होता है, कितनी बड़ी वैल्यू है ये. Yes, but these we don't have the adequate number of the silos or capacities where we can store 140 million to 334 million tons. No countries has, not even China it has. We are building, the government of India has by policy is giving permission to the public agency, private agencies to open your silos on a commercial basis. And this is in operation. But you know, 334 million tons, it can't be built in 1 year or 2 years or 3 years. But from the operation point of view, sir, जैसे कह रहे हैं, AI का application अब शुरू हुआ है, सप्लाई चेन में हुआ है, और जितने भी कोल्ड स्टोरेजेस हैं, खास तौर से हार्टिकल्चर में, जो I was operating at country level, each and every greenhouse are the silos which is meant for the storage. सब GPS से टैग्ड हैं, किसके पास कितनी कैपेसिटी आप आज भी चेक कर सकते हैं, किस साइलोस में कितनी कैपेसिटी है. सॉरी फॉर लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, दोज हु डू नॉट अंडरस्टैंड हिंदी, English, I'll come back to you. everyone is attached with that. You can know कि किस cold storage में या किस silo में कितनी जगह available है, उसकी capacity कितनी है. But much more efficiency has to come in days to come. System is there. This will be very much economical, very much handy, and this will be a piece of information to those producers who intend to steer their food grains or horticultural commodities in the silos. I hope this answers. Thank you so much, sir.
Wastage.
Sir, wastage is so much, sir. Because let us not compare, because Indian agriculture operates in tropics and subtropics. Temperature is very, come April, temperature rises. Wastage is so much. Wastage is to the tune of more than 256 or 57,000 crore each year. But this happens in the United States also. कैबेज में एक बार इन्फेक्शन आ जाता है तो जिसमें इन्फेक्शन नहीं भी आता है उसको भी उखाड़ के फेंक देते हैं लोग. कैबेज में साल्मोनेला आया था. यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स में once this suffered couple of years back, entire cabbage cultivation was uprooted because in one state, in Pennsylvania, one place this cabbage was affected by the salmonella. With the fear of that, this might contaminate the adjoining areas also, and this might multiply into other states also. The entire cabbage which was in the field was removed. So the nature of post-harvest loss in India is different. Nature of post-harvest loss in the developing countries is different. हमारे यहाँ तो सुबह जाइए तो फ्रेश सब्जी मिलेगी, रात को जाइए तो सस्ती सब्जी मिलती है साहब. Every grade of सब्जी और फल और फूल हमारा बिक जाता है. अमेरिका में नहीं होता, यूरोप में नहीं होता. So हमारा loss फिर भी है. There is a huge opportunities and technology can play a very big role. This will take time. Imagine the 1,000 million tons if you want to handle. It can't happen. But nevertheless, this idea has come into the mind of the policy planners, and some plan is going on in Niti Aayog now. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Dr. Singh, for your comments. I'm coming to now Professor Furqan, because he has been a lot of experience in policy making, has been part of the national missions and committee. So moving towards that skilled manpower, skilled workforce, especially equipped with innovation, entrepreneurship, what kind of policy changes do you see that should happen immediately or in longer run to strengthen the Indian ecosystem towards Viksit Bharat?
Thank you, Amjad. I thought that I was out of the panel and I'll be summarizing the session, but thank you for asking this question. But before I answer the question that you raised, I'll say a couple of things. First of all, things are not that bad in India as far as education sector is concerned, as we often believe that they are. In fact, our expectation from the higher education sector is so much that we are not satisfied with what we have accomplished. I think Professor Anand Kumar Singh just explained the accomplishment and achievement in the area of agriculture. Similarly, you will find that this fifth largest economy of the world has been sustained by people who are largely educated in India, and that is the biggest achievement. We didn't have to depend and rely on others. I have often found that people from abroad have much better appreciation for India's accomplishment, achievement, and potential and possibilities than we ourselves have. Like here, the Zebo appreciated the role of India. So this point I wanted to mention. Yes, of course, we live in a dynamic world, and with the change in time, requirements change. With change in time, the way we do things change, and therefore we have to go along with the changes that are happening in other arenas outside the educational world, which are related to education. So it has already been captured here that universities need to reform their curricula to make it more industry relevant. The industry need to come closer to universities, and the universities needs to go closer. Integrating the world of work with the world of knowledge, I think, has synergy and advantages, and these things are needed to improve the quality and to produce manpower for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. So my next question is to Mr. Rishabh, who came with a lot of experience in industry, having leadership positions, and has been co-founder and also been the board of various companies, including Venture Catalyst. So my question to you is that how the public-private partnership should happen ideally in order to upscale the students' skills as well as their training, and also how do you see the startup ecosystem that is also helping to build the skills as well as business leadership in India, and how the venture environment, venture capital environment is changing that, and how open you are as a venture cap company to invest into students' idea?
Thank you. First of all, the environment in India, as everyone believes that in India's environment is the best in terms, we have the largest number of youth. We are conscious of the fact that we have to skill our youth, and money is not a problem for India. As a venture capitalist, we believe that earlier, whenever any idea used to come, people used to think that let us start within our own resources. Today, we have seen companies like Zepto, they have raised $1 billion, the 24 years old guy, and he has created this 10-minute euphoria. We all know Zepto, Blinkit, right? So they have got $1 billion investment because the future is bright from farm to plate. And I would like to say that in India, the next edition of cultivable land will come from wasteland. Our Honorable Prime Minister said that India has to develop 26 million hectare of soil rejuvenation program. And this program cannot run without cooperative public-private partnership. I call it CPP model. And many states are adopting it. I have worked in Ladakh, I have worked in Northeast, I have worked in Gujarat. And believe me, 40 rupee kg Ratnagiri Alfonso, I sold myself in 4,000 rupees per kg by using technology which is freeze drying. So I would like to say that food is next pharma and pharma is next food. Food diplomacy will run the world for next 3 decades. Food is going to be the most important thing, because not for only for us, because we have population to feed, but for those countries more than us who cannot grow food. So we need to understand the opportunity in twofold. And I would like to say that when the 26 million hectare of soil will be rejuvenated, we need skilled youth. Funding is not the problem. And I got an opportunity to make a presentation in 2019 to PMO that $750 billion will be needed to rejuvenate the soil, which is 26 million hectare. Now, what we need? We need to understand the future where the investment will come. The future of food, I am giving you 8F: fresh, fruitful, flavorful, fiberful, functional, fast, frozen, and freeze-dried. Because you have to achieve the food security, you need to understand the sustainability aspect. We cannot move refrigerated food if we use technology, if we create green energy, then the uncounted loss, pre-harvest loss of fruit can also be captured. Right now, we all are talking about post-harvest loss. Nobody is talking about pre-harvest loss. So fruit is a loss of nutrition. It's loss of health opportunity. So we can work on these areas where the investment will come, and investment will come from all over the world, because the world is looking up to India. And now for all the startup, how many of you want to become job creators? Forget about seeking jobs. The future in AI will be job creators. Can you raise hand? How many of you want to become job creators? So we need to focus on that. We need more hands to rise when we say that become solopreneur. Find out the problem, as sir said, find out the problem near your area, make a solution which is scalable, investable. And believe me, we have 500 venture catalysts registered in the country, and it is going to be 10,000 in next 2 to 3 years. The applications are flooded with safety. People want to invest in good opportunities which are scalable. 6 things, last, I would say, if you have an idea, think about the product, then build a team, focus on execution, access to finance, early access to finance, because finance is the blood in the system, and then find out the right channel. And universities are capable to provide all the 6 ingredients, provided our incubation centers are more inclined towards industry ready or industry friendly research, and research can be a paid research. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rishabh. So before we end this panel, I like to go through a very quick round to everyone, that, if anybody can answer or everyone can add 1 or 2 words, that will be great. So what one skill you suggest for students that they should learn immediately in order to become industry ready? And we can start with Dr. Haris. Very brief.
One skill is automation and technology, application of technology like artificial intelligence and machine learning. That one skill everybody should know in order to be sustainable in the days to come by. That is one skill which is very essential for all.
Excellent. Thank you. Dr. Khare.
Yeah, so I think depending on the stream, which stream they are pursuing, if you ask medical sciences, which is close to me, India is becoming diabetic capital. They must screen it, should know the markers for it at early stage.
Thank you. Rishabh.
The one skill which I would recommend is the financial literacy. Everyone should know how to become financial literate.
The best skill that I can think of is that one should be able to apply the knowledge that he or she has learned in any discipline. So if you are a doctor, studied medicine, you should be able to practice medicine. Similarly, if you have studied economics, you should be able to apply economics to everyday problem.
Thank you. Professor Yadav.
According to me, no matter where you study, everybody must have internship in whatever discipline they have studied. Without that, you cannot go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you. Professor.
मेरे नज़दीक सबसे पहले हमको ऑनेस्टी और रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी अपने सब्जेक्ट पे, और हमको रिमूव करना चाहिए अपने यहाँ से करप्शन और जस्टिस टू ऑल.
For me, it will be digital agriculture.
I think language skills are vital for leadership and for understanding a whole range of issues which may be in different languages.
I'm inclined to say coding and computer literacy, but I will say that communication skills are the most important, in my opinion, in this day and age. Not only speaking, but also being able to understand and to listen.
I think interdisciplinarity very important, because one subject is not enough. We should be interdisciplinary and adaptive, because world is changing so fast. We should be adaptivity.
Okay, so coding, communication skill, interdisciplinary skills, also data code, as well as honesty, financial literacy. All these are very, very important skills. So I hope you all got a lot of learning through this panel. Thank you very much. You have been extraordinary, excellent panelists, and thank you. You have been very patient audience. So in interest of time, we will end the discussion here. And I'd like to thank all of you and all the audience for this panel discussion and your participation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So I go there to come. After my lecture. After. I thought include your lecture in the summary.
So please.
Yeah, go ahead. Where is my... Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, we had a very interesting discussion. So my lecture is going to add to your knowledge. So we talked about money, we talked about skills, So what I'm saying, I'm talking about 3 P's. This is patent, publish, and prosper. If you have a new idea, it must be patented. Only then you go to, publishing. And that is how we can create value for the academic research and innovation. So look at this university. Behind every innovation hub lies a great university. And I will give examples. So university is not just a collection of buildings and affluence of facilities. It is not just to create facilities and you become number one. No, never. But of inspiring and great teachers. Remember, AI cannot substitute a real teacher. A real teacher will always be a real teacher. Innovative students, supportive alumni. Alumni have a great role in future. And dedicated support staff. We cannot neglect the support staff or non-teaching staff you call, who are active and vibrant participants in creation and promotion of new knowledge and innovation. So what is the perennial goal of any university? The role is creation of dissemination of new knowledge. That is the goal. That means you have to create new knowledge every now and then. Maybe you use modern tools like AI and ML, but the knowledge is new. And innovation must guide every activity of the university. So even in your presentation about the university, I saw the word excellence. So let me tell you what I mean by excellence. Excellence is a habit and not an act. It has to be a habit. If you believe that you can be excellent, you will be excellent. It takes practice and perseverance. Never give up on any idea. Then there are 3 types of excellence. That is systemic excellence. Your system as a whole is excellent. Individually you are excellent, or the institution per se is excellent. Okay, and so it creates an ambience for becoming excellent. So what are the 4 pillars of this excellence? Faculty, inspiring faculty, students, support staff, and alumni. And alumni are the greatest ambassadors. So when you say somebody is graduated from IIT, we immediately know he must have come from a very high level of education. That is the alumni role. So this is very interesting. CTS, RTS, 40s. How many of you know that this is the Olympic motto? Meaning thereby longer, higher, and faster. In today's world, we have to do, that should be our motto. Everybody must do that. So excellence in every sphere of activity and innovation, that should be the goal of university. So if the goal is excellence, I will quote Swami Vivekananda here. That is, arise, awake, and stop not till the goal is reached. That is in Sanskrit, it is said, Uttishtata Jagruta Prapya Varani Bodhan. That means, Utho, Jago, or Dehe ki prapti taraf ruko mat. You must, everybody must think that this is my role. And so what is your role? In your own organization, who are you are? You cannot say that because I'm assistant professor, I have no role. No. Or you are full professor, I can relax. No, everybody has a role. So faster, higher, and so you must know your role, who you are and what you could do. So this is the Vikasit Bharat 2047. Our Prime Minister has a very ambitious goal for the country. He says we can be Vikasit, but we have to be prepared for that. Future-ready generation we are supposed to do. So the role of tertiary education in particular, the higher education, our GDP cumulatively must grow 25%. And that I said in my talk at the manufacturing sector. Unless the manufacturing sector grows, the other jobs, secondary, tertiary, quaternary, whatever, even a panwala will be there outside your thing. Right? That is a quaternary job. But unless the main job is there, he will not be there. Auto sector is 10%, capital goods is 2.5%, and achieve 10% share in global professional services. The entire world is aging. Many of the countries will have less population, and they require trained manpower. We must aim for international market, that our students are going to work in Japan and Germany or wherever. And the pharma sector will have $500 billion India's pharma sector by 2047, $500 billion. So biotechnology will be very important. No single drug can be produced without chemical technology, biotechnology. We have to increase the labor force to 65% from almost 45%. And also the labor force of women. Women must go to 50% from 20% now. And so this is my view for Vikasit Bharat, which I said. Manufacturing growth 35%, service 70%. And I also told you that corporate social responsibility should be increased too. I've been saying this in number of fora, but government doesn't listen. I've been saying make it 3%. 1% anybody's catch. You can take it for higher education. It is meant for higher education. Believe the IITs also will have a problem unless their alumni help them. Just yesterday, this Bits Pilani alumnus gave $1 million. Bits Pilani. So you can see that is going to happen. And I mentioned about SIR, students internship, 0.2%. That should be mandatory. Then only students will get job. Then hands-on training we are talking about. Their engineering graduates, 20% are only employable. Others are not because they don't have the hands-on experience. And free education to girls I mentioned. Net zero, which you are talking about, the sustainability aspect, because that is also one of the themes which you have chosen. Then how net zero can be achieved. So the national education policy talks about many things. It talks about, diversity, maintaining language culture. You should study in your own language because you can learn many things. But most important thing is making use of technology. You must make use of technology. That is more important. And every stakeholder contributes to the strength and reputation in any organization, be that industry or academia. And that view must be respected. So what I'm saying, the universities must go beyond degrees. Universities are not meant for giving degrees. You go to some university, you can take a BA, BCom. That's not the role of. It must achieve Vikasit Bharat. University must drive innovation and translational research. Universities must do translational research. Both incremental or disruptive. Sometimes the idea is totally disruptive. Sometimes it is incremental. It just adds. Something like, you have iPhone for 15 becomes 16. Incremental. That iPhone was already there, but something which is totally different, where that iPhone is not there and you still communicate. That is disruptive. Okay. So India otherwise risks the lagging behind in global innovation, and that is one of the worries I have. And so from basics to translational research to commercialization, that should be the aim of universities. Creating more entrepreneurs, creating more job providers than job seekers. How many people can get government jobs where a lot of corruption is there? Even otherwise, the government jobs means corruption. So it is better that we, create our own jobs. So what is the role of a world-class university? You want to be a world-class university because they are harbingers of new knowledge creation. It must be student-centric, job-oriented, and entrepreneurship, focused. It is a cutting-edge knowledge because university job is to create new knowledge. It is not just to pass on old knowledge. And remember, university education, society must be at the heart. Because whatever we do, it is for the society. And see, sometimes you have, public perception. If you go to some IIT, you may be a duffer, but you are an IIT student. Public perception, you immediately think that he is great, right? But you will not say about something else. They may be really better than that. So how do you balance this qualitative and quantitative metrics? Because in every system, you say, in NIRF, my rank is so. NAC, my rank is so. My grade is so. That for foreigners, these are our national accreditation system. Everybody wants to get the best grade. Even your university mentioned some grades. NAC, second visit. So what is the value of this? So you have to, introduce parameters like make internationalization. You have people here from, Uzbekistan. How internationalized you can do your programs? Do you have so many foreign students? Do your students go there? And you can include global collaborations, faculty exchange, student exchange, industry, all sorts of things. They must do that. And then again, employability statistics. Are your students employable? What are you doing for their employment? How many companies are coming to your campus for, campus placement? Who drives that campus placement? Your own alumni drive that. If you go from here somewhere else, you say, my university is great, let us go and recruit some people there. Okay, so I encourage institutions to focus on meaningful career opportunities. We have to do that. And of course, teaching and learning. My personal belief is that every PhD student is a potential teacher. So he or she must teach while they are doing research. That is the way. Otherwise, how do you create future research? Because PhD fellows don't go for any teachers training program, B.Ed or M.Ed. They directly go and start teaching in the class. So they must be taught this when they are doing PhD. And introduce structure feedback mechanism from students, alumni, parents, and everybody, including the public. Do you get that? Then only you can do a better job. And of course, sometimes we talk about ranking, and this last month or so, there's so much of things have come on ranking in India, NAC and the corruption which is going on, right? That means you can't get that kind of, bad publicity, okay? You have to be ranked because you deserve that thing, okay? So then, see, though there has to be a methodology by which, for example, Times ranking or QS ranking, 40% is unknown to you. 40% is that. And then somewhere it says you must have recruited Nobel laureates or professors. How many Indian universities have Nobel laureates? Absolutely none. Okay, so that is what matters a lot. So again, what is important is many times in this grading, whether it is NRF or NBA, or people are giving emphasis on the numbers. Okay, so this matrix, so you have to have what are the important things. If you put grant as one of the parameters, obviously centrally funded institutions will get much larger grant than what you do. So you lose on that. So that is not the criteria. Actually, the quality of the education is one of the most important criteria which should be done. Okay. And also these days, you must include arts, humanity, and social sciences in all programs. You cannot dissociate rather yourself from these. They are part of our system. In America, 10% of these patents are held by humanities people. 10%. You will think, oh, how come they will have patent? Only STEM is not going to have it. Even non-STEM people also have it. So there has to be a distinct framework for different institutions in accreditation. That is one point I'm saying. So in other words, what I am trying to tell you that we have to change the mindset of our faculty and students, and they must be trained. So every university must have some ground to train students to write patents. What is to be protected? Because patent writing is different from writing a research paper. Absolutely different. Okay, and then how to protect that idea, because that is most important also. So there, the head of the institution or the vice chancellor or the director plays very important role. He has to say that patent your idea. At the most, now you see government has made it free for educational institutions. It is free. Earlier, I was not given permission to patent my idea for 1 year by Bombay University. We are part of Bombay University. When we became separate university, I became the first vice chancellor. I said, any idea comes to me, I used to sign. I said, at the most, I will lose 5,000 rupees. I'm not expert in every area, right? I can. So let the patent examiner drop your idea, not me. So this is very important. So how do you value your academic research? Through patents, technology transfer, and industry partnership. Industry partnership is very important. So you must have sabbaticals. Industry people must come to you and have sabbatical. Like your faculty, in the trimester system, it is possible. 1 trimester you can have for that. You go to industry, spend your time, come back. Trimester, why I'm emphasizing trimester? I was a chairman of AICT committee, for chemical engineering, where I've introduced this trimester system. Those who want to do trimester, they can do it. Those who want to do semester, they can do it. It is up to the institute. Because some people will say, oh, you are changing everything radically overnight. So remember this. This came internationally. 5 of the 14 universities had dubious rankings. These were all bad data. I'm telling you that. This came as a news. And these are all private institutions. They manipulated all their data. If you do not increase the number of faculty, how do you increase the publication 3-fold, 5-fold? That means you are manipulated. They have manipulated this data and it was exposed. Just a couple of months ago, this report came in Nature. So what I'm trying to tell you that industries, academia must look at CSR funding. That is one of the biggest sources, and this is where I said that 1% increase. Then my personal belief is that in NRF ranking, top 50, now I'm increasing that number to top 100. Top 100 institutions, government of India should support them. Whether they are in private sector, for private sector, because you have a different fee structure, maybe you give 50% of the encouragement. But they should be included because, the allied institute, so-called CFI, centrally funded institute, their masters and PhD program students come from private institutions. Their students are going abroad. So who is doing research there? Somebody else. And that is where training is required. Okay. So if, and believe me, it is not funding alone is not a problem. It is the mindset. We think that we belong to a lesser known state funded institutions. I don't have money, therefore I can't do research. Many times idea-based research. Okay. And these days, multi-institutional, multi-departmental research has to be done because technology is multidisciplinary. So you can join hands with colleagues from other department or other university or institution or internationalize what you have been doing. The leadership matters. And the leader sets his own examples. It is a teamwork. Every member of the team is very important. The weakest link is also the strongest link. Correct? So the leader has to be ambitious, realistically, must be patient, compassionate, humble, humorous, visionary, compliant, tolerant, courageous, accountable, grateful, and never say die attitude. Because suppose you give your responsibility to one of your colleagues and that colleague fails. You should own that failure. You cannot say that, oh, okay, you failed it. That is the biggest mistake. Many vice chancellors and deans do that. You're laughing, maybe something is happening. I don't know. So then the other thing is, how do you transfer technology? Technology can be transferred through licensing, if you have got, or you can do it proprietary right transfer. You can have joint ventures, where you have an equity in that, okay? Or university startup. Alumni mentorship is very important, and you can have patent enforcement. But in our country, particularly country like China and all, they violate the patents. So a good example I will tell you. This Apple, violated a patent of University of Wisconsin in that so-called, chip 7. They settled it out of court rather than going to the court. $350 million were given to University of Wisconsin. So that is the way, instead of going to the court, you settle it outside. And most of of course, none of the universities in India have this technology transfer office. And this must be manned by people coming from industry, not from academia. The academic, he has never visited India. Just because he's academics, he becomes dean or no. Technology transfer officer must be from industry. He must generate grants, and also, facilitate patent filing and licensing. Okay. And so universities must be dynamic hubs where they create this knowledge and first they patent, then publish, and then they prosper. So I will give you some examples of this. So this is the so-called triple helix model. Triple helix model is government, industry, and academia. All of them have a role in generating new knowledge, patenting, and transferring it. So this is where you must also know your role. It is not just getting grant is important. Is that idea patentable? Can we do that? So this triple helix model is this model is based on Fraunhofer model of Germany. That is one of the best models. These three work in tandem. So universities are supported by government initially. Later on, the industry comes into the picture, and ultimately the industry takes up the technology. That is the triple helix model. So we can create this triple helix. In fact, about in 2012 or something, Government of India, that time Pallam Raju was the HRD minister. He took a delegation to Germany to Fraunhofer. I had said this in one of my lectures. He had attended it. They had gone there and they said, we will adopt this model. Nothing happened after that, unfortunately. So this model, triple helix model, university has a role, the education system has a role, and they decide what should be patented. So everybody, if you are trained in that art, you know what is to be revealed and what is not to be revealed. Keeping log books, very nice log books for patent, because tomorrow there may be some litigation and you have to show data. Okay, so that is very important. So industry institute, this collaboration is important for economic growth, social benefit, and you get higher returns on that. What has happened, I tell you, the Fraunhofer model, they got 18 times return on investment. The industries where they supported that, they got more returns than what they put in. So in India, we have a problem of lack of funding, and there are high commercialization costs, lack of motivation. So if supposing you have some model where we motivate our faculty members, suppose you are a consultant, 1/3 of the money, that is the model we follow in ICT. 1/3 of the money only goes to the institute without any using facilities. 2/3 goes to the individual. And if the patent is applied, 80% goes to the individual, 20% goes to the institute. That way people can have their own startup company. So you have to have research, and this is where the professor of practice and students of practice, or the so-called practice schools, we must have. I was chairing this committee for AICT. We gave a report also. So you can appoint people, professor of practice, bachelors, masters, and PhD. Bachelors with 18 years experience, masters with little less, 15 years experience, PhDs. Why? Because it is a practice. It is not PhD degree which is important. It is the practice. Or you can have distinguished professors. And in fact, AICT has created 100 professors also. They will fund them. So you have to increase the multidisciplinary, multi-institutional, multi-country, collaboration. So university research and startup, you must have system where academics are allowed to have a startup. You decide it. You must have a rule. And every university must do that. Then you can attract better faculty. Okay? So why universities don't do what companies do and otherwise? Because universities are uncertain about the value of their innovation. They don't know, they don't think that, it will be purchased by somebody. And the industry thinks these guys can't do anything. Industries think that, they can't do anything, therefore they don't want that. Okay? So this is where, with America it happened, that so-called Bayh-Dole Act. By that act, in America, if industry supports research, they are not partner in the patent. So all of a sudden, the university's revenue increased like anything. In India, the companies want you to work like guinea pigs. They don't give. So in ICT, what my model was, when I was the VC, I said 50% partnership. If you support my research, whatever IPR generate, 50% will be yours. If we don't use together, we'll be partner. If you don't use it, I will sell it in the market and you will get 50% of whatever we get. Okay, that is the model. So, the other problem is what? Many universities now, because of this is recent last 10 years phenomenon. People have got patents, but they don't know what to do with that patent. There must be that these are technology transfer and technology licensing officers. Their job is to find out a client. Go to the market. You have to invest. None of the universities in India, including IITs, have a budget for this. There should be a budget for that. Okay. So this is one of the problems, because the academic institutions and market, there is a large gap and we are not tuned to that. So university professors and students must be taught how to increase value of their research. That is what I'm saying. And so one I gave you through technologies transfer, then licensing, okay, and all other things. And the proprietary rights, you can transfer the proprietary rights, or you can have joint ventures. So this, because I chaired that committee also of Department of Science and Technology, which was incubation, innovation, and technology enterprise. What we said, unless you have a Section 8 company, we will not give you money. My own institute, I said, I will not give you money unless you have that company. Section 8 company is non-profit. So you can put in money, that money can be used for doing research. So majority of the company, the Atal Innovation and all you talked about, that is the whole idea. The 5 crore are given. That through my committee, we used to give 10 crore, even beyond that. So yes, we can do that kind of thing. So joint venture is one idea where Section 8 company can help you. University cannot be a partner in joint venture, believe me. It has to be an independent entity. So if you have a Section 8 company with all the structure, the Vice Chancellor can be a part of that. He can be the chairman of the board, but you have to have boards, the directors of board from outside, okay? So this is very, very important. So, and patent information, I told you about the Apple paid $234 million. And then, see, one of the things which I want to tell you, licensing revenue can be used. Now I will go to the top 100 universities, just 2 minutes. Yeah, just 2 minutes. See, top 100 US universities, 2020, University of California system 570 patents. MIT 343 patents. You see the number of patents which they have generated, and that is where they make the money. That is where they make the money, not our system. Only we want government legacy. We want government to support us. We don't want to generate our own resources. So this is where university should allow startup by students and the faculty members under this thing. So, I will tell you, my own son is a professor in University of British Columbia. He started 3 companies. One of his companies were purchased by Bill Gates. It's a startup company. And he started it with his own students. So I think that kind of thing is, possible in India also. And then there is something called invention disclosure forms. They are available. You have to disclose what it is there. And then the so-called NDA form. Okay. And so I will come the licensing technologies to companies and will give 2 examples. Bob Langer of MIT is the best example. Companies founded over 40 in biotechnology. Bob Langer has formed, MIT professor, is a chemical engineer. 1,500 patents issued to him, more than 1,600 patents, and he has mentored innumerable students, and majority of his students become startup company owners. Because his whole idea is that to create new knowledge and make companies. This Moderna vaccine is his company. Okay. And same is the case with, George Whitesides, the Ginzyme and all. He has more patents and he founded 12 companies, Ginzyme, Geltex, TerraVance, and all those companies. So, and these are billionaire professors. And remember, this AI and ML we are talking about, this is going to be the future, particularly in medical field and biotechnology, since you have that. Every 73 days, knowledge doubles in medical field. Every 73 days. So if you don't read, you are outdated. Every 73 days. And there are a lot of opportunities in this area. So either innovation and entrepreneurship, zero, maker, innovator, entrepreneur. That is, the entrepreneur is the one who hacks opportunities. We are talking about hackathon. So that is what we want to create. Okay. So underestimate not who could you do, what you could do. So everybody, this is a message for everybody, faculty and students. You can do better than, don't be less confident. Be confident what you can do. And I've given this example. Institutions are bigger than individuals. And see that there was one team of India which went to Australia without any stars and they won the series. Because it was a teamwork. They believed in themselves. It is not that Kohli is missing and that Sharma is missing, therefore we can't win. They won it. They won it. So yes, you can do it. So of course I will come to this. Susan Huckfeld, former president of MIT, first lady president, she said universities are the engines of economic growth. Okay, and she raised $3 billion fund. Although MIT is such a great institute, she collaborated with others within Boston. There are 32 universities in Boston. She said, we may be good, but there may be somebody else also who can do it. So strength, biggest strength, they say, but you can also go beyond that. Okay, so she went beyond the brand. So this slide is very important. Okay, I will give you the next slide, which is very important. See, today, this is the real slide. Today, US economy is $29 trillion. China is $80 trillion, and we are still under $3.8 trillion. And we want to be $30 trillion. How are we going to do that? And believe me, in 1970, we were all closer. And so that time, two tipping points happened. One was in 1973 when there was an oil embargo, and in 1994 when the biotechnology came into force. Biotechnology gave another impetus to the economy of the world. So this is what it is. 1995, 1974. So you see how much economy generated by universities, and the example is here. Two tipping points in America, Silicon Valley and Gene-town. Gene-town is Boston. 1/3 of the country's GDP generated by the alumni of these two great universities. 1/3. So you see, Stanford, MIT, and rest of the US. This is the GDP created by them. That means they already have that mindset of doing it. So universities are, so what we can do in India, that I already said this before, we have to remove the recruitment ban on faculty. We don't have faculty, and almost 35-40% faculty in the best of the IITs are vacant. How do you increase that? At least in private places, you don't keep vacancies. I hope so you are not having vacancies. Okay. So recruitment of high caliber faculty is very important. And this is where, the leadership matters. And I'll tell you the successful international models. Fraunhofer model, which I told you, MIT model of licensing office, and the Israel start ecosystem. These three are the best in the world. And in India, IIT Research Park Madras, 200 companies they are incubated, 300. You want to know the IIT system? 180 unicorns they established. That means companies with 1 billion. 385 billion revenue of those guys. There was a Pan IIT meet in Mumbai. I was invited to give a talk. I found many innovative guys who have donated tremendous money to IIT system. IIT Bombay, they signed, there are 1,000 ventures and they are having 100 crore venture capital. IIT Bombay signed. And now I will tell you ICT, which is my institute. Okay. So 8% of India's GDP is created by our alumni. Will you believe that? 8% of India's GDP. More than, this is produced 19 Padma Awards. Okay. And 700 first generation entrepreneurs. Okay. So you can see that this institute has a great record. And you can see create national wealth. So when I told this Niti Aayog, they said, sir, is it true? I said, check it. Mukesh Ambani is ICT student. Narottam Sakseri is ICT student. Dr. Reddy is K. Anji Reddy is ICT student. Ambuja Cement, so many, we have many of them. And we are not just chemical technology. What we did, we incorporated material science and engineering, biological sciences, energy sciences. Everything we did. That is why we could go beyond just the chemical technology we started with. So then I started 2 campuses. This is main campus. Indian Oil gave money 500 crore commitment. So we started 1 campus in Bhubaneswar, and Marathwada campus 397 crore by Maharashtra government during my tenure as a VC. And so we started new program. This is trimester system. The main campus is semester, but these 2 campuses are trimester system. And every alternate term, the student go to industry. That is the idea. So we can, I'm going to come to the end. So what I'm trying to tell you, it is not that, and these are some of our alumni, distinguished alumni. They were board members of my board, including PD Light, Madhukar Parekh, Ashwin Dani of Asian Paints. Okay. And so we concentrated on sectorial excellence. And so this is the typical thing. And so we got autonomy. We became separate university from Mumbai University, and everything was changed. So people, when they say, okay, you should be always affiliated to the university, we had to fight, literally fight to become autonomous. In that TechWeek program, we got 68 out of 68, and the government said, Maharashtra government said, you become independent. And then we became deemed university. Anyway, so good governance is important. Our board has more members from outside than inside. That is another idea. Okay, more 4 alumni. And so you can do it. What I'm trying to tell you is, so next is, are you a leader? Everybody can be a leader. Teachers are motivators. Students are accelerators. Support staff as partners, and alumni as ambassadors. Okay, and industries as receivers. This is the message which I want to give. So ultimately, so German model, I said, excellence is a group activity, and I will motivate, I said, that to do excellence. Okay. Anyway, I'll come to the end. Okay, this is my last slide. Yeah, so this I will tell you. In my own case, what I did, I work in net zero. Professor Khare was mentioning. So we are doing work in this area. We have got several patents. Green hydrogen we produce. With solar energy with molten salt. We have got several patents. And so I compared our hydrogen technology with in the market. And I was mentioned in the parliament by Honorable Nitin Gadkari for this technology development. He had seen our plant. And so this is what happened last year, when our pilot plant was inaugurated by Rameshwar Tweli. And these are my students. So to conclude, IPR is a wealth. No idea is a bad idea unless it is proven. Every idea is a good idea. Patenting requires an ecosystem. So you must develop that ecosystem in your university. All colleges and universities must teach IPR and value creation. And not all patents can make money, but some of the patents can block somebody else from practicing it. Then you make money, right? So licensing, transferring, proprietary rights, joint ventures, and university. So somebody asked me, what is your legacy? Because I've retired, but I'm giving lectures everywhere. So legacy is not, just a simple word. So this is, the goal isn't to live forever, but is to create something that will. That is the message. So my formula for success, now remember this 6P now. 3P I already told in my title. Patent, publish, sponsor. I am telling another 3P for everybody. Patience, perseverance, and pardon. You must have patience. Failure is, success is autocatalytic. Failure is temporary. And you must pardon people. Even if the deadliest enemy, you should pardon. So long as that enemy doesn't kill you, you should pardon. Because the person you pardon, will always think, why did he pardon me? And he will be restless and you will sleep nicely. Okay? So don't underestimate yourself. You can do it. So this is what I'm going to tell you. Thank you very much for listening to me. Yeah, we prolonged it, but so I had to rush through. Mr. Registrar was worried that I will not finish in time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening address. As we march towards a sustainable future, let us take a moment to reaffirm our commitment to environmental sustainability. A noble initiative for promoting environmental sustainability, this conference promotes the use of biodegradable products throughout, and let's hope it continues. We have distributed the sustainability pledge. I request everyone to feel its essence and put it into practice to contribute towards a greener and a more resilient planet. As we conclude this memorable inaugural session, it is time to express our gratitude. So I invite Professor Qamar sir to conclude the panel discussion.
Honorable Chancellor, Syed Wasim Akhtar Saab, Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Singh, Keynote Speaker, Professor Yadav, all the distinguished panelists on the dais, participants from India and many other countries. People often ask that why participation in conferences and seminars are important. You could always publish and people would read, but I think the seminars and conferences serve many purposes. Of course, they provide an opportunity to argue and exchange ideas. We also become familiar with the culture of the country where it is being held. You notice the hesitation of young women offering shawls to elderly people. That is part of the culture. And sometimes we also test patience of people who are participating here. So I think, as you saw, that we overshot time. So my apologies for that. Of course, this 2 or more than 2 hour session had immense reservoir of knowledge, and it has not been easy to capture all of those things. And I also do not want to take a very long time to summarizing each and every word of who said what. I would broadly capture the themes that have come out of this discussion, but I must, to begin with, appreciate Dr. Amjad, Professor Amjad, for so wonderfully conducting the session. Not only that you raised the level of deliberation, but you also quite widened the scope of the topic that was essentially originally taken for discussion. What we know is that what is important to be an entrepreneur is you must have an idea, a grand idea, and you want to serve the society at large. No business has succeeded if the purpose right from the very beginning was to make profit. And I think our Chancellor elaborated on this, that you must have the inspiration, you must have the urge to experiment, you must not be deterred by the challenges that come across your path, and then the success is yours, but what sustains is the grand vision. And of course, he did not say this, but every such initiative, startups, takes a toll on many things. So you have to comprise a lot many pleasures, family life, and so many things. So you have to be ready for that. We all agreed, I think, whole panelists, that technology is necessary. is evolving, is becoming important, and all institutions must adopt technology. We cannot work in silos, and therefore interdisciplinarity must be focused. Our purpose cannot be served only if we have the knowledge. Knowledge is important, but we should also be willing to apply those knowledge to practical or hands-on experiences. And it was reached, we reached the conclusion that industry academia partnership is important, and it is not that one is the giver and the other is taker. They both stand to benefit from one another. The university must feed the desire and the drive of the industry by offering them new products, new processes, new technologies, and universities must interact with them in order to gain difficulties on grounds and learning the practical experiences. Of course, it is extremely difficult to summarize what Professor Yadav spoke in his keynote and also in the panel, but broadly speaking, India has grand challenges before us. Viksit Bharat goals can be achieved, but that would call for academic reforms, a culture for innovation and creativity, and above all, he did emphasize that focus on education of women. And it's old saying that you teach a man, you teach a person, you educate a person, you educate a woman, you educate the whole family. Javed Musarraf Sahab, of course, he said that this knowledge and skill gap need to be bridged. We need to integrate the world of work with the world of knowledge. As I had said, that we have in India sustained 5 trillion economy or $3.5 trillion economy presently, the 5th largest economy or the 5th largest economy, all through the homegrown product that has been an indicator of our success. Of course, science and technology education is important. We must inculcate the value of science education right from early days amongst children and develop discipline in them for them to persevere what they want to achieve. That is what Lieutenant General Zamiruddin Shah said in his panel speaking. He also emphasized that, okay, do not let brain drain to happen. We educate people at a huge expense. So when they go abroad, they must come back. But somebody, sir, would also argue that when people migrate a country, they still are not a loss to the profession, because in a foreign country, they are still able to pursue the knowledge that they had accomplished. So I think bringing them back forcefully may not be a solution, rather creating opportunities for them to come back to India and serve. So brain drain is not good, it's bad, but the brain down the drain is worse than the brain drain. So I think we have to be very careful about this. Now, health sciences, deep sciences, public health, and all disciplines coming together are important. And that is where proximity of the world of work with the world of education. So the advantage of co-locating institution with synergy is what Professor Sunil Khare emphasized. So that if they are together, they can learn from one another and they can also contribute one another. And I think his message for us was that prepare people for tomorrow. People know what the technology of today is, and if we only train them to use that technology, we can provide them immediate employment. But if we want to take care of the future, we must prepare people for the future. I'm not sure, but this point was mentioned that separate research from teaching. But I think many people would say that integrating teaching with research is what universities should do. Because if you separate teaching from research, you will become a school education and will provide only cognitive knowledge. I think what was again emphasized that in all walks of knowledge, we can learn from each other. The perception about the private universities, which generally we find exist, must change. And I think the governmental attitudes in funding, in involvement of the private sector, in policy planning and implementation of those policies are important. So these were some of the points which Haris Siddiqui Saab mentioned. I think the private sector is already playing roles. Out of about 1,200 universities, 40% are already self-financed private universities, and they do cater to very important segment, and I think they cannot be ignored or they cannot be left alone. Zebo, in fact, from Uzbekistan, reinforced my idea that people from outside have better appreciation about Indians. So thank you very much. Indeed, I assure you that your points are very well taken. And we are happy to know that there are practices within India that could be emulated outside. In most of the conferences that you would go, we Indian would keep on criticizing ourselves because maybe we are not satisfied with what we already have. So you are in a better position to appreciate, and we are really very grateful to be in partnership with you, and the partnership must be fruitful. Anandji also mentioned that India has attained remarkable accomplishment and achievement ever since life. Green revolution is an example, white revolution is an example. Land is only finite resource presently. So using new technologies, using new ways, using new methods, using new seeds, I mean, we have been able to multiply our production. Challenges are still continuing, which we shall overcome. We must integrate technology. I think what he emphasized is that we must partner, we must collaborate with all stakeholders and optimize resource use efficiency. And I think the real benchmark, which Professor Singh mentioned, is not comparing ourselves with others, but rather comparing yourself with yourself. So have your benchmark high, and then keep on comparing that to what extent have you achieved that. Rishabh ji, thank you very much for reassuring that funding is not a problem. So there are angel investors, there are venture financed, and India has a strong ecosystem. So, but still, there are many people who are struggling. So that way, your suggestion for financial literacy was very important. Awareness about market, about raising funds, about offering products are important. And your emphasis on food technology and food diplomacy was important. And I think the final word of the day is that educational institutions, universities, etc., should not only confine their role to only producing doctors, engineers, chemists, chemical engineers, managers, but I think our business essentially is into the making of fine human being, good, great human being. And that is what our Honorable Chancellor had said, that one thing that he wants amongst his students and every student in the country is honesty, integrity, and then these should ensure that there is justice for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your concluding remarks. As we conclude this memorable inaugural session, it is time to express our gratitude. I now invite Professor Ifat Zareen Ahmed, Department of Bioengineering, to propose the vote of thanks.
Very good afternoon to all the distinguished members present on the dais, off the dais, delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen. I deem it as a great honor and privilege to propose vote of thanks on this memorable occasion. Let me start by giving glory to the Almighty for making today's occasion a resounding success. First and foremost, I thank Honorable Chancellor and Founder, Professor S.W. Akhtar, Chief Patron of this conference, for his continuous motivation and guidance. He is a fatherly figure and a guiding light to all of us. A special thanks to Madam Chancellor for joining us today. Thank you, ma'am. I am thankful to Padma Shri Professor G.D. Yadav, Professor of Eminence and former Vice Chancellor, ICT Mumbai, the chief guest of the function, for accepting our invitation and encouraging us with his presence. Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom and a wonderful talk. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Honorable Pro-Chancellor, Professor Syed Nadeem Akhtar, Chief Patron of the conference, for his untiring support. His wisdom and systematic approach has always helped us to achieve perfection in everything we do. Thank you, sir. I pay my gratitude to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Javed Musarrat, Patron of the conference, for his valuable suggestions, guidance, and administrative support. I am highly indebted to Lieutenant General Zamiruddin Shah, former Vice Chancellor AMU, for his motivation and encouragement through his presence. Sir, we are lucky to have you with us today. I am thankful to Professor Anand Kumar Singh, Vice Chancellor, Chandrasekhar Azad University of Agriculture and Technology, Kanpur, for accepting our invitation and blessing us with his presence. My heartfelt thanks to Professor Sunil Khare, VC, Central Deemed University, Andaman and Nicobar, and Director ISA Kolkata, for his insightful words. We are all inspired by your gracious presence, sir. I am thankful to CA Rishabh Kumar, CEO, Fraz India Private, for taking time from his busy schedule. We are really enlightened with your knowledge and presence, sir. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our international collaborators and the delegates from Tashkent Chemical Technological Institute, Uzbekistan, led by Dr. Zebo Babakhanova and Professor Nortozi, for the overwhelming participation. My sincere thanks to Professor Furqan Kamar, Chief Advisor to Honorable Chancellor, for his help, support, and concluding remarks. I am thankful to Dr. Amjad Hussain, Professor, Cancer Research Institute, Dehradun, and co-founder, Canfinus Therapeutics, for the smooth conduction of the panel discussion. I thank Dr. Nida Fatima, Executive Director, Integral Startups Foundation, CET, for taking keen interest in organizing the conference. My special thanks to our Registrar, Professor Muhammad Haris Siddiqui, for his never-ending support and leadership which made this event possible. I am also thankful to all the invited speakers and panelists. Words are not enough to thank their willingness to be a part of this conference. I am equally thankful to the national sponsoring agencies, DST, SERB, and DBT, CTEP, as well as other sponsors. It would have been impossible to organize it without their support. I would also like to thank our transportation, accommodation, and catering team. Without your support, this event was not possible. Thank you very much again. I would like to thank our head of the department, Dr. Alvina Faruqi, organizing chair of the conference, for her constant help and support that radiated a source of energy within us. I thank all the faculty members, the non-teaching staff, and the participants from various departments and places for accepting our invitation and making this event a success. Last but not the least, I thank Dr. Halima Sadia from the bottom of my heart for the flawless conduct of the program. If time is money, then today you have spent millions for us. Thanks a lot to all of you for making this event successful. Have a wonderful stay at Integral University. Enjoy the conference and the campus life. Thank you all once again. Thank you.
With this, we conclude the inaugural ceremony of TISCECON 2025. I now request everyone to rise for the national anthem, a symbol of our unity and pride.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you, everyone. To commemorate the event, I invite all dignitaries on the stage and off the stage to kindly join us for a group photograph in the auditorium.